Lucas, please explain. Lucas, are just so close. So close. So close. I was almost ready to start a whole stream to go with the chill topic, but we have half an hour. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I want you all to see this, Lucas. I saw it this morning. I saw it this morning. I don't know whether you all saw this already. I want you all to read this with me. Okay, I want you all to read this with me, and I want you all to try and comprehend, try and understand what's going on, okay? Alright? No, you don't know. We have some interesting things, okay? You all know about George, right? He's that guy who did this. You all remember, right? George, this guy? You all know, right, what happened to this guy who started attacking Stellar Blade because of the new protagonist, Evie? You know, right? He's on a large hate campaign against Evie. Well, I found out yesterday, with the help of a lurker, not a lurker, but someone else who saw my post, he or she found out, just for your information, the extreme hater of Eevee and Stellar Blade 2 is a moderator for a reasonably large Stellar Blade fan community. I want you all to understand this. Can you understand this? Hello Yuria, hello Hachiko, hello Daisho, hello Zavok, hello a lot of you. Can you all please understand this? I want you all to understand this very clearly, because something weird, we have just discovered something very, very weird. This is on X or Twitter, whichever name you prefer. You have to understand this. Agricola, welcome back. But anyway, you have to understand this. This is very, very, very weird. Do you understand this? Again, reminder. The person who hates Stellar Blade a lot hates Stellar Blade 2, the next Stellar Blade a lot, attacking the main character, calling anyone who likes her disgusting behavior, is a moderator for a Stellar Blade fan community. Okay, this is not the weirdest thing, because I want you all to understand the weirdest thing, okay? And I'm going to make a post about this while I have time. I'm going to make a quick post about this while I have time, but either way, it has to be made, this post. So, I saw this, I shared this. Okay, I shared this. But, let's have a look at this. Few post activity. So I shared this, a bunch of people saw, Chibi shared this, a bunch of people saw, Savvy shared this. The admin for a different Stellar Blade community shared this. Marini shared this. And this is the interesting one. This is the extremely interesting one, okay? This is the very interesting one. So let's read this together. It's funny how every one of these people only cared about my community after realizing Yosh was part of that community. Everyone is probably thinking I just made him moderator. I want you to keep this in mind. I want you to keep this very in mind, okay? 2 parts in mind. Me and Yosh go way back before my account got nuked, okay? When I had my previous account, Yosh was there and I was nothing, and just started the community, been a mod since. We don't agree on the game, and I find his post comments absurd and confusing as hell, but as long as it's not in the community itself, I couldn't care less. My job as admin of a community isn't to punish people for differences of opinion or their ridiculous takes. It's run by a community where everyone can come and post whatever they want as long as they don't break the rules. No, that's not how that works. If you're in a fan community, let's talk about some logic here, okay? You are not running a country. You are not running a public square. You are running a curated group that is a fan of a specific series. So what happens when you have a so-called member whose waking hour is to trash talk the series that you're a fan of in your own fan community? Tell me. By the way, let's continue. This is the most important. My account is gone. No one will be able to be dismissed or brought in. Only thing that can happen is for others to join, that's all. I want you to remember this carefully. So, I want you all to understand this, okay? According to his account, who is supposedly the once admin of the community account that George was moderator of, this account claims that they have lost admin rights and they cannot remove moderators and they cannot add moderators according to this person. That's why George can't be removed, okay? Are you understanding this correctly, Lurkers? Please just say a yes, because there's going to be a punchline. It's not as... It gets... Okay, good. Alright? I'm going to show you something. Again, big thanks to Packer Girl for this, okay? Big thanks to Packer Girl for this. We're going to find out something. Something interesting. So, 1 hour ago she made this post. Apparently someone did kick him out of the moderation position. Someone did. Okay, and Yosh was throwing a hissy fit over it because, shocker, you're part of a community and you actively hate it. You actively hate the series, you actively hate the new protagonist. It's a shocker why someone would think that maybe you're not a good fit for the community. Shocker. So I want you to... Here's where things get weird, okay? Here's where things get extremely weird. You will continue moderation under our community. In other words, he got reinstated. He got reinstated by the account that claims that they have lost control of the admin tools of the community, but somehow the admin tools is still there for this person to reinstate George as a moderator. So what message am I trying to glean from this? This account is lying. And if there is one thing I hate more than hypocrites, are those who are being two-faced in a very short span of time, within hours. Okay, that is the basis for my post. That is the basis for my post, and I'm going to make that post right now. This is an important post because this is very important. This is extremely important. On one hand, I'm at two minds. How do I make this? Should I post this as a quote of the original post, or should I post this at... No, wait. I've got two ideas. I'm going to post this as a standalone post, and I'm going to post this as a let's see, what am I going to do? A very odd update to the whole George hater being moderator of Stellar of the new... Wait, very odd update. That is very, very odd. It's not a company, it's a fan community controller. But anyway, that's easy. It is what it is. Let's see. I want to. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, I need to use something as a good. A very. I'll use this original post as a standalone. A very, very odd update to this situate to this to this whole Yorsh being part of a stellar Blade community moderator. No, Yorsh being a stellar Blade community moderator. So apparently, in a quote of this post, the supposed ex-admin claims that how do I word this? The supposed ex-admin claimed that the supposed ex-admin claimed that firstly Yorsh did not attack the community itself or smear the game in the community, so he can stay being a moderator. 2, most importantly, the ex-admin claim that they have lost control of the community admin tools, admin privileges, because they lost the account that had it. Please keep in mind point 2, because with Packer Girl, Discovery, it looks like the whole second point might be a lie. Let me just get rid of this first. I'm going to screen cap a bunch of things. This is so interesting. This is so gossipy, but I hate people who lie to my face. That's why I'm making a post about this. Okay, new post activity. Let me just highlight this text. All right. So it's nepotism. It is both nepotism and lying. What a double whammy. What a double whammy this is. What a shameless double whammy this is. Classless behavior. Let's go back to Packet Girl. Okay? I do not like being lied to. Okay? I've got some images. Good. I think that means Zeva, I am. I kinda am. I kinda am. Oh, hold on. I kind of am. That's correct. I kind of am because that is correct, but you know me. You know me. I get really, really upset over trivial things if I feel like the principles behind them have been damaged. And there's one thing I don't like is that people blatantly lying to my face and people being two-faced within a matter of hours. Please keep in mind point 2. Because with Packet Girl's discovery, it looks like the whole second point might be a lie. As you can see in the third screen cap, the account that claims to have lost admin privileges declared that George will remain a moderator despite another member removing him from the moderator role. So what does this mean? So it's a filthy lie. That's what I think. Let's see if this is enough. The person who allegedly added George as a moderator initially responded. They claimed that George did not attend to stay being a moderator, or that someone actively smearing the game and the second protagonist gets to be a moderator for the fan community. But okay. Most importantly, the ex-admin claimed that let me see, I'll just put the The account claims that they and George go way back. Normally, it is, you know what? It's not really a big problem. I don't care about that one as much. So what? No, actually, it's actually important. I'm on 50-50. Yup, that is a bot. That is a bot. That is a bot. Hold on. Lucas, give me a second. Let's see. I hate filthy bots. You filthy bot. Where is this? Hide user from this channel and remove. Okay, done. Filthy bots. Lucas, while you can, do me a favor, Lucas. Report that account to YouTube. Hopefully, YouTube will get rid of it. That is a bot. That is a bot. A very disgusting bot. And report. Report. Let's go. Oh yeah, I can report as well. Let me check. Let me just report this. Report. Report. Hide user on my channel. There we go. There is an account. There is a bot account that is trying to peddle cheese pizza. Okay, I'm going back to this. Let's see. Back to the post, because this... I really want to word this post properly. I wanted to spend this time to play a little bit of Division 2, but it looks like things have changed. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. That is so stupid. Okay, let's see. A very, very odd update to this whole George being a Stellarblade community moderator situation. So apparently in a quote of this post, the person who allegedly I'll put in pick one. The person who allegedly added George as a moderator initially responded. They claimed that 1. Hello, Lucachan. George did not attack the community itself. Lucachan, can you believe it? We had a bot here. We had a bot that just said something here. There was a bot. And you know what was this bot offering? The bot was peddling cheese pizza. Or in my chat. YouTube, you have to fix your bot issue. Was peddling cheese pizza Snapchat. So I banned that bot and I reported it to YouTube for the worst thing possible. You should be able to see it since you're a moderator. Just scroll up a bit. Just scroll up a bit and see what that thing posted, okay? But anyway, I'm back to this topic. Chan, if you do not know about this situation, this is a very silly situation. Remember how George is part of a large Stellar Blade fan community? It's not the moderator of a Stellar Blade fan community. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let me just continue reading the post because I'm getting a bit too distracted. And it's almost time for the stream, and I got to make the announcement after I made this post as well. A very, very odd update to this whole Yosh being a Stellar Blade community moderator situation. So apparently, in a quote of this post, pick 1, the person who allegedly added Yosh as a moderator initially responded. I would say just responded. They claim that 1. Yosh did not attack the community itself or smear the game in the community so he can stay being a moderator. Or that someone actively smearing the game and the second protagonist gets to be a moderator for the fan community, but okay. 2. Most importantly, the ex-admin claimed that they have lost control of the community's admin privileges because they lost the account that had it. Okay? Let's keep in mind point 2. Because with Pekka discovery, it looks like the whole second point might be a lie. As you can see in the third screen cap, the account that claims to have lost admin privileges declared that Yosh will remain a moderator despite another member removing him from the moderator role. Interesting to me how this account suddenly got back their admin tools. And these are the images. First one, okay. Shout out to Nerdigans indeed. Let me just confirm something. I want to make sure that this is a good. I want to make sure that this is a good summary of everything. Just let me check. Let me just check something. Yeah, I will add that account to my watch list. Okay, let me see. Where is the in a screen cap? All right, let me check. Let me see. Let me see. Let me have a look. Let me read something. This measures the defense. All right, correct. Everything is correct. I can post this now. Oh no, not this again. Why does this keep happening to me? Okay, I think I can post this now. And y'all can read this post. Y'all can read this post. Y'all can see the screen caps in the post. It is special. Okay, it's special. This is interesting. This is so interesting. So I'm going to share you the post I just made, Lucas. I invite you all to properly see the screen caps. The screen caps are important. The screen caps are very important. Okay? I want you to see the screen caps properly. But anyway, I can show you on stream as well. It's almost time for me to make the announcement post. Hold on. I'll make the announcement post on Facebook first, okay? So give me a couple of minutes. I'm still reading chat, so don't mind me. I'm still reading chat, but back to normal. That is, I do not want to see for the rest of the. No, Wispy. This is not. It is not C.VA. It's not C.VA. Okay, let's see. Starting in 5 minutes. So fingers crossed. There's nothing high cortisol that is going to disrupt my plans today. Hope to see you all there soon. Okay, the Facebook post has been done. No, I'm not going to be talking about Asmongold today. So what do you think, Lurkers? Any comments on what you have just witnessed? Any comments on what you have just witnessed? Master, read that post. Because, Master, if you are a fan of what Kusha talks about, you're gonna love that post. Because that whole topic is hilarious. It's so hilarious and it's so pens down. It's so pens down with how shameless the lying is. The one I pinned. Look at the pin post. Look at the pin post, Master. Just, yeah, go look at the pin post. I've got to make the announcement post for now. Is the audio breaking up? Is the audio breaking out? It shouldn't be. Hello, Light Uni. Welcome. Is the audio breaking up? No, it's not. Don't scare me like that, Master. Oh my god. Alright, so one more post. Pin, you know what? I'll just share it straight with you, okay? Hold on. Look at this. I don't like liars. I don't like people who lie to me, lie to my face. I don't like it. It is a fan community, granted, but it's one of the two biggest fan communities for Stellar Blade. There's another one, but that one is less drama. There's another one which is called Stellar Blade Fans, which is the okay one. Then there's this one, the Stellar Blade with all caps, which is run by a friend of yours. In other words, nepotism. Oh, it gets funnier than that, Maston. It gets even funnier than that. So apparently people found out that this guy, Yosh, who goes around attacking Eevee and the new Stellar Blade for the past couple of days, is a community manager for a Stellar Blade fan page. So a bunch of people notice it and like, what the hell? So the admin, the so-called ex-admin of the Stellar Blade fan page, because apparently this admin lost control of the original account that has the admin tools. So it says, oh, no, oh, back then we just go way back. I don't care. As long as he's not posting nonsense in the Stellar Blade fan page, she can stay as a moderator. Not stay as a member, mind you. Stay as a moderator. In other words, he gets to decide the fate of other members in the community. It's one thing if he can no longer become a member of the community, you can argue that is censorship and silencing, but you do not get the right to be a moderator. That is a privilege reserved for either some of the most dedicated people or the most passionate people to your fan base. And Yosh is neither one of them. But anyway, this admin claims that, oh, I lost control of my account that has the admin tools, so Yosh will have to stay as a moderator. Because I can't remove him from the moderation team, and no one else can be in the moderation team. And then lo and behold, one of the moderators, maybe of higher ranking, who knows, or maybe someone who's a co-admin, probably, remove Yosh from the moderation team. Maybe it's another moderator who did that. Okay, that's the post. That's the call of the post. So Yosh made a big fuss about it, a very, very big fuss about it. He made an extremely big fuss about it. Let me show you. He made an extremely big fuss about it. Here. A bit. He made an extremely big fuss about it. Could you please explain to me which community rule I violated? Your behavior exactly like the wolf. No. You do not have a right. You have a right to express your opinion in a community. Sure, you have the right to express your opinion in a public square. Indeed, correct. But you do not have the right to be a moderator and have control over other members in your community if you have no passion for the series or you're actively smearing the series. That is like a community manager in a video game who actively hates the game they are managing the community of. That is stupid. And suddenly, you will continue moderation under our community. Suddenly he got his account back. Suddenly this account managed to get those admin toolbacks. That's interesting. That is interesting to me. That is so interesting to me. So yeah, that's a long and short story of it. And just in time. I'm gonna make the follow-up post for... Where is it? There we go. Nope. Quote? Starting now. Hopefully, I will not step into any high cortisol traps while I am talking about my low cortisol topic. Hope to see you there. Alright, and I will post this. Okay, that's nice. That is very nice. Fun. I needed to make this. I needed to make this post. Holy moly. An empire rising and falling over and over again, low cortisol topic. It is. Okay. So we will start the topic very, very soon. We'll start the topic very, very soon. Give me about a couple of minutes to rest, recuperate, get a cup of coffee. And I will start with you all very soon. Oh yeah, I need to make one more announcement as well. Hold on, I need to make one more announcement. All right. Okay. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you later, Lucas. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, you will have a LARPer in your fan community at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. A special curse. You will get a LARPer in your fan community tonight. Zero is not here yet, so no 6-7 just yet. Somebody got a skins to a LARPer in my community that has gone mainstream. Now this curse is actually scary. $5 a month. $5 a month. Alright. Okay. Okay. Let me just take a deep breath. I need to catch my breath. Oh boy. This is so funny to me. This is so funny to me. This whole ordeal is so funny to me. Okay. Now, I suppose thank you for 28 lurkers who are expecting that I'm going to make something low cortisol for today, because as I know some of you lurkers do enjoy when I get a little bit moldy and I get a little bit seedy. But thank you for being here. And as for this topic, well, you can blame my crippling addiction to werewolf's meat for the topic, okay? I was so obsessed with this topic I had to make a PowerPoint for it. When is it ever not in season, Kirby? Let's be real here. When is it ever not in season? When is it ever not in season? I'm going to unpin this. Because the new arrivals do not already know the context, and it's fine. You can read on X in your own time. It's threatening with the LARPer bed. Now you're just threatening with the LARPer. Band modding is in season. Okay, now let's continue. Alright. Because I'm going to start with a little bit of a caveat. If I want to be talking about the entire history of Imperial China until until Puyi is gone from the throne, that is probably going to take multiple streams. Probably an entire month worth of Thursday streams, actually. And I'm not in the mood to do that. What I'm going to do is, my stream is going to focus almost exclusively on the relevant time periods that apply to werewolf's meat. This is not a sponsored stream, by the way, because this is not a sponsored stream. Though I wish it was. I really wish it was. What, Hachiko? What's going on? Wait, how short are you? 40 kilograms should be thin enough at almost any height. Oh no. Hachiko, don't you... You better be short, Hachiko, or else it'll be quite scary, because anorexia is not fun. Anorexia is going to harm you in a... It's destructive. Anorexia is destructive. Just like how obesity is destructive, anorexia is destructive. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Let's start with everyone's favorite time period. Almost every Westerner, almost every Asian that is not Chinese or Korean or Japanese will know this little bit of a time period. Let's just say the Three Kingdoms. Oh, Sunny, some people I bet I already knowing a lot. You know, from as early as do not pursue Lu Bu to all of the cow P. Well, actually, Cao Chou and Cao Pi, Cao Pi, Cao Mengde, Lu Fengxian, Lu Bu, all of those really funny stuff. Oh boy, the Three Kingdoms was epic. If you want to think about it, Three Kingdoms is basically one big soap opera. That's how epic it was. The Han Dynasty arguably was the longest dynasty to run in ancient imperial China, and oh boy, did it run. And I think I'll just give you all a little bit of a brief going through. A little bit of the lore, okay? Damn it. Typo, sorry. I'm so sorry. So, you all know about it. The Han Dynasty collapse was on the verge of collapsing after the Yellow Turban Rebellion. You know those. You played that. Some of you have to have played Dynasty Warriors, at least one Dynasty Warriors game. So, after that, temporarily, Dong Zhuo managed to gain control of the emperor and brought the court to Luoyang, where she was basically regent for a very, very short time. And during that time, he managed to recruit Lu Bu, which she basically recognized as his godson of sorts, adopted son. Because, you know, Lu Bu being Lu Bu is a one-man army who can destroy practically anything, even in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Now, Dong Zhuo was not a very pleasant person. And you know what's the funniest thing? Dong Zhuo was originally the one who saved the emperor. Because after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, surprise, surprise, the eunuchs in the imperial palace decided to revolt against the emperor. To the point that the eunuchs basically held the emperor hostage, and the emperor was seeking help. And unfortunately for him, Dong Zhuo was the only option he had that was close by. So Dong Zhuo came in, killed the eunuchs, got rid of them. But the worst thing is that you get rid of one horrible group of people controlling your every move to one horrible guy controlling your every move and speaking on your behalf. That is not fun. And basically, story goes, a lot of things have happened. After Dong Zhuo got basically chased out and deposed from the position of regent, and eventually Lu Bu killing him off, because of course he would, story just kept going on and on and on until eventually you reached the Three Kingdoms period. I'm giving you a very, very abridged version. The Three Kingdoms period, Wu, Shu, and Wei. Sun Quan is the king of Wu. Cao Cao, of course, is the king of Wei. And Liu Bei is the king of Shu. And they were at each other's throats. They were basically at each other's throats for a pretty long time. But in the scheme of things, it was short, but it was quite a good few years. Then eventually, guess what? One of Cao Cao's most talented strategists and administrators, his name was Sima Yi. He is a crafty man. He started to build the foundations where he could take over Cao Cao's kingdom. And at that point, Cao Cao's kingdom is already close to... They basically destroyed Shu, and they were just going after Wu at that point. Well, remnants of both Shu and Wu, to be technical, So eventually Wei would have controlled basically the entire most of the entire China at that point in time. And then of course, Sima Yi and his later on descendants, I think his grandson was the one who reunited the kingdom, reunited the empire for a very, very short time. Extremely short time. So give or take about 30 years. And of course, it imploded. Shocker. Shocker. It imploded because it was not stable enough. And the grandson was not exactly the most charismatic or, let's just say, wise emperor for the roughly 30 or so years he was there. So eventually, of course, the non-Hans, which is basically barbarians in their context, they invaded around 316 AD and the whole empire fractured again. Big surprise. So it became the age of what will be called the 16 kingdoms. But anyway, let's take a short break on this part, and I want to let's find something fun to watch. Lucas, you all get to watch one thing. A Dynasty Warriors one. Okay, I'm gonna show you something stupid, okay? I'm gonna show you something so stupid, okay? Let's see, Dynasty Warriors 3 unfair bots. Oh dear, okay. I'm gonna show you something stupid. I'm gonna show you something extremely stupid. Just to not give a little bit, just to make the stream a little less monotonous for you all. Do y'all remember Dynasty Warriors 3? Any of you remember Dynasty Warriors 3, Lurkers? Do y'all remember? The third game in the series back on PlayStation 2? Any of you played it? Kinda. Zephyr, how about you shut up? Well, for those who remember Dynasty Warriors 3, this is gonna get a bit silly, okay? This is gonna get very, very silly. This is gonna get very silly. Oh yes. Oh no. Oh no. Yes, the Musou game. Everyone wants to kill. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, he's dead. Oh dear, he's dead. Oh, you're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Oh no. Oh, you're dead. No, that's just modded game. That is just modded gameplay, Lurkers. That is just modded gameplay. That is just modded gameplay. Don't be so shocked. That is just basically what happens if you basically give enemy officers, or even worse, your own bodyguards AI into every single grunt and peon's AI in Dynasty Warriors 3. It's not possible to lose. The only way you can lose this game with normal AI is if you are fighting Lu Bu. Otherwise, it's practically a cakewalk most of the time. Oh wow. Any questions so far, lurkers? Any questions so far on the Three Kingdoms period? Because right now we are doing this is extremely abridged. This is extremely abridged. They give the AI plus 100 aggressiveness. In other words, yes. 100 aggressiveness is your bodyguard's AI. So imagine your bodyguard's AI maxed out bodyguards, okay? Your maxed out bodyguards in Dynasty Warriors are 3 and 4. Imagine that. And imagine every single enemy unit from the privates to the majors fought like your bodyguards. You're dead. To be fair, Lu Bu is, you know what? The lore accurate. If you want to be extremely lore accurate, like lurkers, if you want to be extremely historically accurate, in a sense, Lu Bu and Cao Yun, the poster boy of Dynasty Warriors, Lu Bu and Cao Yun, they are technically as strong as each other. Honestly, what's a good comparison? What is a good comparison? Let me think. What's a good analogy? Lu Bu and Cao Yun are supposed to be equally strong. Both of them are supposed to be equally horrifying in the battlefield, but for some reason, I don't really know why, a lot of Dynasty Warriors games made Cao Yun so much weaker than Lu Bu, which is weird to me. Both of them should be like the most horrifying characters you will ever face in the game. I don't know why they made Cao Yun so much weaker in the Dynasty Warriors games. It's kind of weird to me, actually. Let's be fair. It is kind of weird. What is a good comparison? No, let me think of a good comparison. Yeah, that's a good comparison. If Dante is Lu Bu, Virgil is Cao Yun. They're around that amount of power level. Think of it that way. They're kind of like that. But for some reason, Lu Bu is Dante and Cao Yun is one of the other lesser demon bosses in perspective, which does not make sense. So yeah, that Cao Yun was basically a famous and also equally powerful, horrifying warrior like Lu Bu. The only difference is that Cao Yun, Cao Yun, he is a nice guy. He was a nicer guy than Lu Bu, and he actually takes loyalty seriously, unlike Lu Bu, who goes around, firstly he goes around killing his original lord, then he ends up killing his adopted father, Dong Zhuo, and then he goes around pushing Liu Bei around, bullying him basically, and also shortchanging him a lot of times, even though Lu Bu helped him for like a few brief moments. But of course, he was only ever loyal to one person according to Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Johnny, thank you for the 10. Glad you finally get to talk about Chinese history and not have the heavens conspire against you. Johnny, you weren't here for the pre-stream. Johnny, I'm glad. Well, you were not here for the pre-stream. Tattooed Yoshi, thank you for the sub. You are not here for the pre-stream because if you were here for the pre-stream, it would have not been fun. You have been so not fun. I found something so stupid that made my cortisol levels high. Luckily, I managed to resolve it. Within half an hour. Well, the heavens is very different. East Asian, the heavens is actually a very, very, very long piece of lore. Okay? It's a very, very long piece of lore. They have their own pantheon. The East Asians. They're I'm not too sure about Korean, but loosely Korean follows China. But Japan and China have two distinctly different versions of heaven and gods. If I recall correctly, in Chinese culture, in Chinese mythology, the master of all gods is someone called the Jade Emperor. And the master of all gods in Shinto, Japanese mythology, is Amaterasu, the sun goddess. But that's a whole different story. I didn't really prepare all that hard for Chinese mythology or Japanese Shinto mythology. That is a whole different rabbit hole to talk about, and I didn't prepare for that one. Alright. Community marriages not beating allegations. Yes, community allegations not beating the allegations. Correct. And you know what's the funniest thing? The admin is playing favorites and lying to your face. I think let's keep going. So this is what I will call one of the interdynastic periods. There are a whole bunch of interdynastic periods, just so you all know, lurkers. There is a whole bunch of No, Amaterasu is supposed to be the sun goddess, but in what was that game called? Okami? Yeah, Amaterasu took the form of a wolf. Yes. But that is a creative decision from the devs. Official mythology, she's just a very powerful sun. She's the powerful sun goddess. By the way, this is after the Three Kingdoms period, which I will call it, is not officially called the interdynastic period. I just call it interdynastic period because it is a period in between dynasties. So it is called the 16 Kingdom period. And one thing you will notice very, very soon, lurkers, very, very soon, you will realize, if you thought after the end of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, if you thought, let me drink some water, hold on. If you thought Yugoslavia after the Soviet Union, after Yugoslavia was a messy trash fire of various Balkan states trying to one-up each other, you have not seen medieval China. After the end of every dynasty, oh my god, it's comical how silly everything is. Look at this. This is how it does. Look at this. They keep changing. Over the years, they keep changing. Territory changes. New coups, new uprisings, new revolutions every single time. And the kingdoms keep changing, basically. Look at this. It's comical how often they change. So, until briefly, like extremely briefly, okay? Very, very briefly, there was another very short dynasty, which is called the Sui dynasty, that basically one of the warlords basically managed to one-up every other warlord and kings in the entirety of China, and they managed to reunite for roughly less than 30 years. 37 years, sorry. For roughly 37 years. Give or take. Slightly over 30 years. And again, that's considered an extremely short little reign. It only lasted for 2 generations of this family line. It was called the Sui dynasty. And the whole dynasty was basically it melted down the moment it was created, because the emperors were long and short of it, they were assholes. They were jerks. They used a lot of slave labor, so the people didn't like that. Despite having a lot of slave labor, they had the gall to charge very, very high taxes. So of course, the people didn't like that. The Soi dynasty. It might as well be Zavo. It might as well be. It really might as well be the Soi dynasty. Not the funnest time to be a peasant, or even a merchant, or even a middle class, a middle income earner in medieval China. I tell you, the Sui dynasty, that it was not fun. But of course, like with everything, when people are not happy enough, they have uprisings, and in comes the Tang dynasty. So it started with a Sui general, Li Yuan. As you can see there, he was one of those like, screw this joke of an emperor, screw this joke of a so-called imperial family. You are just another warlord who managed to one-up your rivals. Big deal, I'm gonna one-up you. So he rebelled. He rebelled, and the rebellion worked really, really good. Worked really, really well. He captured the capital of the Sui dynasty, Chang'an. And the moment he captured the capital, the mandate of heaven went with him. He declared himself the new emperor, Gao Zhu, and he renamed the dynasty to the Tang dynasty, because at that time Tang was a region that it was his native region. He was born in somewhere in, it was a place that is shortened to the word Pang, so basically Tang dynasty stuck around, the Tang dynasty, because it's basically my hometown, a dynasty named after my hometown. It's the simplicity sometimes strikes me. Literally, I am naming my empire after my hometown. That's kind of sweet, actually. That is actually kind of sweet. So after he was the first emperor of the Tang in around 618, of course the fight was not over yet. He still had a lot of rivals. Everyone hated the previous emperor, the Sui emperor, the two dumb generations of emperors. So of course there are different warlords with different rebellion factions. So he had to fight a whole bunch of them while he was emperor. Eventually, his son finished the job. Li Shimin, who later became Emperor Taizong, and if you know your Chinese history, he was a big deal. He was a big deal. He was basically the one who basically kickstarted the Tang dynasty properly, and instead of barely surviving, it went into a slowly thriving empire over the decades. He was a soy jack, nobody liked them even. Yeah. Oh. Are you keeping track so far, lurkers? Are you keeping track so far? Long story short is, after the Han dynasty and after the Three Kingdoms, there was a brief time which was called the Jin Empire or the Jin Dynasty. Only very short, about 30 or so years, managed to reunite China. Then the whole empire imploded on itself, and of course barbarians broke in because the empire was imploding, and it became 16 kingdoms with different warlords. Then this guy, a warlord managed to take down every other warlord and reunite China for a brief moment called the Sui dynasty, but it was a very horrible dynasty and it imploded just as it was about to start moving. And then of course another general rebelled against the emperor, and he managed to successfully capture the capital, and his army was large enough to subdue all his other rivals, and he became the Tang dynasty. And that's where the interdynastic period ends. That is where the interdynastic period ends. And now we reach to the Golden Age part. The Golden Age part of Imperial China. This is why everyone... Here's the thing. The Han Dynasty solidified the Han ethnicity of Chinese people. But the Tang Dynasty basically solidified the identity, the Chinese identity. Han Dynasty and Tang Dynasty were two very, very influential empires, okay? The Han, again reminder, Han solidified the ethnicity. The fact that there is a specific type of ethnicity of Chinese people called the Han, which were historically the biggest in number and as well the most successful. And the Tang Dynasty invented the nationalistic pride, the initial nationalistic pride of all who lives in the empire. That's why this is why in Cantonese you do not call yourself Huan Yan. You call yourself Tong Yan. You do not call yourself Han people, you call yourself Tang people. It's like, again, it is like the distinction between ethnicity and nationality. You can be part of an ethnic minority, but if you're part of the Tang Empire, you are a Tang person. But of course, you are not a Han person because a Han person is a very specific group of demographics of people within the Tang Empire. It's quite straightforward, I hope. So yes, between 618 to 712 AD, Li Shimin took over, and he was a pretty smart guy. Long story short, he was a pretty smart guy, and he had the luck, and he kind of had the good sense to teach his children how to be decent emperors, and it kind of helped. It really helped. And he was also not a pushover. That was also the punch. That was also the cream of the crop. That was the icing on top. He was a pretty. When it comes to emperors, he was a pretty outstanding person, and he was not a pushover. So what does that mean? The empire grew. And Lakusha, you asked a question. Are there Hans today? Where do they live? Hans are the vast majority of Chinese people today. Most Chinese people in positions of power, in positions of wealth, and more than likely walking around the streets, whether they are in US, whether they're in Europe, whether they're in Australia or Southeast Asia, they are more likely than not Han Chinese. So this was really it's like Rome in a sense. It's like Rome. It really is like Rome. You are blessed with a good emperor who takes his job seriously. The empire is going. You are living your best days as a citizen of the empire. When you have a crappy emperor, oh, that's when things start to go downhill. But you know what? Most Chinese are more likely to be descendants of Mongolians. Many of them are. I'm not going to lie, many of them are. I would say it is kind of like a rivalry in terms of sheer numbers. There are a lot of people who have Mongol descent, that is true, Mongol lineage, but there are also a lot who are still having Han lineage. Because Han lineage is just Mongol, you can think of them like new money, and Han Chinese, you can think of them like old money. Both of them are equally formidable, but one is older than the other. Well, one grew big a longer time ago compared to the other. The Yuan dynasty came a lot later, which is the Mongol Empire. That's like, at this point, at least another 700 years, give or take. Okay, here's what you do not know, lurkers. There were two empresses throughout the entirety of the history of the Chinese Empire. Two empresses. The first one was completely the one that we know of in recent memory in the 20th century, in the early 20th century, was the useless one. The Empress Dowager, Puyi's mother, she was completely useless. If the Qing dynasty was crumbling and fracturing, she made it worse. She made it so much worse. Let me just show you a photo. But you know what is the irony? Wu Zetian. You know what was the biggest irony? Let's see, what's a good photo? What is a good photo of her? I think it's a pretty good photo of her. This is a pretty good photo of her. Yep, this is a pretty good photo of her. It's a reenactment, but it's a pretty good photo. She is the other, less known but still pretty famous, Empress of China. Her name is Wu Zetian, or in Cantonese is Mo Zetian. You know what is the irony? The irony is that she was actually pretty damn good at her job. She was pretty damn good at her job. So, as always, as with every other origin story, she was a concubine for the emperor. And of course, she ended up being his favorite concubine. And through a lot of pre-planning, maybe a bit of machinations, and a little bit of one-upping her other rival concubines, when the emperor died, she took over as a legit empress for a decade or so. This is cosplay, and this is basically cosplay, unfortunately. But it is it's an actual series, if I recall correctly. But I can't remember which series it was. So she reigned between 690 to 705. She was the only other empress in the entirety of Imperial Chinese history. And she was, again, damn good at her job. She was not like, the girl boss. Well, of course you're an empress, you kind of have to be a bit of a girl boss, but still, she was the type who understood that, according to records and commentaries from who discussed her influence in Imperial Chinese politics, she was a type of lady who was like, I am good not because I'm a woman, I'm good because I just outsmart you. I'm good because I managed to outwork you. Basically, she was the one who kind of set the foundations for a bigger golden age that was about to come, to Tang Dynasty, because she replaced a lot of traditionally nepotistic systems. She replaced a lot of traditionally nepotistic systems, and of course, corrupt systems. Unit controls, and a whole lot of entrenched deep state type of controls and replaced most of them with meritocracy. Hello, Pharaoh, welcome. So she basically replaced the entire system with a whole bunch of meritocracy-based things. So, like you're saying, she expanded the empire a little bit more, but what she did was pave the way for an empire that favored you doing a better job than someone else. You did a better job than someone else? You get the high position. Congratulations. I don't give a crap that you are the son of some big general. Can you do the job? You can't do the job. Shut up. And of course, the Nepo babies hated it. She was viewed as a controversial figure because firstly, of course, let's not pretend it's not the case. She was, at that point, an anomaly. The fact that she was a legit empress who was in charge. She was not like the mother of the emperor. Because most of the times, that was how empresses controlled emperors. By being the mother of the empress. But no, she was literally the lady sitting on the throne. She was literally the person in charge. No middle person, no puppet, no mouthpiece. Literally, she was there in your face, the empress. That's what made her unique, and that's what made her an anomaly, and that was what made her not very well liked by some people in the empire. Because as you know, the moment you do things that are a little bit against the grain, when you start to ignore nepotism, when you start to ignore politics a little too much, people start to not like things happening. And unfortunately, her rule, although very, very good, she eventually had to abdicate. She had to abdicate and be replaced by another emperor. And thankfully, at least, maybe she made some arrangements behind the scenes. She knows that her reign as an empress was probably not going to be tolerated until she dies. So maybe she organized something behind the scenes, and it just so happens the next emperor that came after her was pretty damn good as well. Marcos, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Luckily, she made a lot of changes to the structure of the imperial court that the emperor who took over after she had to abdicate was also a pretty damn good emperor. So Emperor Xuanzong. What's this Chinese VTuber talking about ancient China? How queer. Yes, very, very queer indeed. Very odd. Very odd. Alright. Have you all been keeping up so far, Lurkis? For those of you who have been here for about an hour or so, have you all been keeping up? No. I know you just got in, Marcos. I'm sorry. Good. So yeah. Long story short is, it is jarring to me that there are two empresses in the Chinese Empire. One of them is so damn good, the other one is a complete disaster. And it kind of cemented the unfortunate stereotype that women cannot lead. Which is sad. Which is really, really sad. Oh my god. You compare these two, I'm going to show you something. Hold on. Web? Nope. I'm going to show you something. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Empress Dowager was everything that Empress Wu Zetian was not. Okay? Holy moly. She was everything. So you have Wu Zetian, the only empress of Tang Dynasty at one point in time. Then you have the Empress Cixi. Two, they're night and day, honestly. In my opinion, they're night and day. Firstly, the way they run the country is already pretty damn obvious that it's night and day. You know how she ran the country? Through an emperor. This Empress Cixi ran the country through an emperor. So already she had to do the puppet style. She was basically the one who kind of accelerated the decline of the Qing dynasty. So Puyi's mother, if I recall correctly. Puyi's mother. So yeah, she's in my humble opinion, she's the bad one. Holy crap. If she knew how to run the empire just a little better, Puyi would likely have had a slightly more stable life, and his government might have lasted just a little longer. But of course, it didn't happen. Two different scenarios. Yeah, two different scenarios. Cixi, Empress Cixi. That's a good question. It's a good question. I'm bad with dates. I'm kind of bad with dates, so let me have a look. Cixi, Empress Dowager, Banmin for Empress. I rather not. It's too much stress. So she was the regent from 1861 to 1908. And as you probably know, she was the one who lost a whole bunch of wars. She was the one who lost a whole bunch of wars. Basically. I can't believe this has become a Qing dynasty discussion, but she ran the Qing dynasty between 1861 to 1908. So basically, she refused to let go of the throne until she died. And what did they have? What did she do as legacy? What did she leave as a legacy after her death? China became the sick man of Asia because her mismanagement led to some catastrophic losses during the Opium War. And she started a whole bunch of arguments with the Japanese government. She and Japan, the Empire of Japan, waged wars, became the first Sino-Japanese War, the Sino-Japan War, the first Sino-Japan War. And her army was woefully under-equipped, woefully under-trained, poor in morale, horrible supplies, starving. Meanwhile, the Japanese Empire, well-trained, well-equipped. I want to show you. Hold on. I want to show you if it's in the sea. I need to show. Let me see. Drama series. Let's see. Let's see if I can find the scene. Hold on. Okay, I probably have to find. Let me see. I need to find this scene because I'm gonna try and find this scene, okay? I'm gonna try and find this scene because it's extremely important to find this scene. Because it really shows you the type of priorities this so-called Empress Dowager had during the Sino-Japanese War. I need to find this. Hold on. Let's see. Can you? It's probably too. Lost the Sino-Japanese. I am looking for it. Give me a couple of minutes. I'm looking for it. Like a chant. That is probably funny. Let's see. Okay, I think this is the link. I could be wrong, but let's hope. I hope it is. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Please tell me it is here. Please tell me it is here. What's the time? Which the time? My god, this is horrible. Finding old obscure shows is always horrible. Let's see. What is the time? Let me check. Let's see. This is quite hard to find. It's a 9-minute video. I want to just go straight to it. Give me a few more seconds, hopefully. Is it this one?
船厂里，日本虽梦想
into the. Let me see. My god, this is hard to find. Damn it. It's so hard to find obscure 2003 Taiwanese dramas. I hate this. Miss Bemin it is too warm to can talk about Chinese Sunday tea. What are you talking about? You come on. 你而家喺邊度？做咩咁艱難揾嘅？Why is so hard to find 咧？ You cannot be serious. You cannot be serious. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not? Are you sure? Let's see. Maybe it's not this. It's not this one. Let's go the full episode and see if it's there. I need to look for it. Oh, it's her grand's. Yep. Where is it? Where is it? You cannot be serious. I cannot find it. Oh, come on. You can't be serious. I cannot find it. You. Do I have to really rely on the WordPress? Do I have to rely on the WordPress? You know what? I will look for it when I can. Okay, I'll look for it when I can. Oh, but I wanted to show this to you so much. I wanted to show it to you so much. It's one of those really spontaneous things that I kind of want to show to you. Or else, it's so important to show. It really points you the contrast. It really shows you the contrast between the two. To show you, I have to show you this. So while I look for it, you all can ask me some more questions, lurkers. Okay? While I look for it, you all can ask me some more questions. I have to show you this. And I will dedicate maybe 4 more minutes to looking for this. It is Sunny became Qing Dynasty Hour. I do not understand how it ended up being that, but it ended up being that. It's not this episode. It's not this episode. Why the hell do you keep giving me the wrong episode? Please stop doing that. It is so obviously the wrong episode. Sino-Japanese. Yep. I didn't play Warlong Fallen Dynasty yet. I only like Dynasty Warriors games. That's the funniest thing, because maybe it's a good unwinding relaxation experience playing Dynasty Warriors. Or maybe I will use expert. Now I have to look for this. I cannot believe it. It's definitely one of those really, really old series that I watched. And oh boy, it was quite a dramatic show. If only I can find it. Not into the whole. It's a very acquired taste. It's an acquired taste, Lurker-chan. Fair enough, it's a very acquired taste. I am indeed lurking right now because I'm looking for this. It says this is the right clip, but I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see the scene that I'm looking for. I can't see the scene I'm looking for. He's mentioning the emperor. No, 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 no. Okay, no, no. Is this one? No. I recall Emperor Meiji was wearing a suit. He was wearing a suit instead of his usual imperial regalia. That's what I do remember. Or was he? I can't be certain. You know why am I so sure you this? This is a good alternative. This is a good alternative, okay? This is a good alternative. I am unable to find the contrast, but I recall. Let's see. Okay. Good enough contrast. This is a good enough contrast. Okay, I'm going to show you. I think I found one. It's not the perfect one. I remember one scene that was the perfect one, but this is close enough. So this is from a 2003 drama series from Taiwan called For the Republic. And it basically outlines the history of Sun Yat-sen, the Republic of China, the founding of the Republic of China, and the fall of the Qing dynasty. And I think, let me show you. Okay?
都是必须要偿还的债，他们一旦决定报恩，就会不惜一切代价。其中对天子的忠诚与中国有所不同。中国人强调以人为本，有所不同。
Say the ni haos you want. Let me. Okay, this seems like a breakdown episode, but I want to find one more. I'll find a full 40-minute episode and have a look. It was a 40-minute episode, indeed it was. Of course they gave me the wrong episode again. Of course. It is horrible. You know what? I don't care anymore. I can keep this muted. Okay, basically this is during the Sino-Japanese War. It's during the Sino-Japanese War, and both sides, you can see both sides. This is the Japanese side of it. And this is his lunch, basically. This was basically his lunch as he was having a war with the Chinese Empire, with the Qing dynasty. Pretty simple. That is Emperor Meiji, by the way, from the Japanese Empire. Okay? And I'm going to show you something that is going to be quite a contrast. So as you can see, it's a pretty simple lunch. And I'm going to show you the contrast. Reminder, both nations are at war during this time. China and Japan are at war. And this is how the emperor eats. Some rice, some vegetable, a soup, and a whole bunch, and just a few other condiments. That's about it. I want to show you something. I want to show you how the empress eats. Now, just skip this part. Just let it run a little bit. Let me show you. These are the Empress eats, by the way. At war. At war, by the way. At war. It's made by Taiwanese, so it's dramatization, but it's accurate enough. This is the Empress. This is what she cares about. Look at this. Look, one person. One person. And you wonder why Qing Dynasty was in the shit, in the gutter? You wonder why? This is why. And just so you know, in this scene, by the way, in this scene, the Emperor, the Meiji Emperor, Emperor Meiji. Let me rewind it back to that part. Where is it? Where is it? I'm so bad with finding old videos like this. Where was that part that I showed you? Where the hell did I show you that part? My god, my memory is so bad nowadays. By the way, you saw that before, right? You saw this before. Anyway, and if you actually watched that part of the show when he was at war, Meiji didn't even bother to eat his food. Because he was too worried with fighting the war, he could not. He had no appetite to eat. It was just basically his most standard fare offered to him because it's lunchtime, and he was not in the mood to eat and he had to fight because he had a war to fight. No, it's not there anymore. There we go. He was not in the mood to eat. And the moment, I remember the scene vividly, it definitely is one of these episodes. The moment he won the war. Let me see. The moment he won the war, he got hungry. And what did he eat when he got hungry? Let me see. He ate an onigiri. Just one onigiri. Literally just one onigiri. Because that was all he had the mood to eat. He just kept it with him because he decided that he'd rather spend the money on the military to fight the war than to actually do stupid crap like eating an entire banquet that he can't even finish. Eating an entire banquet of overpriced food that he can never finish. I have to show you that scene because it's quite a impactful scene. Into the Republic 2003. Oh my god. This is horrible. Why am I sidetracking myself in finding this? Oh yeah, I am sidetracking myself in finding this because it held so much. It is a big contrast indeed. It is a very big contrast. If you actually remotely cared about your country, you would not be able to eat while it's at war. I'm looking. I have to look for it. I have to look for it because that scene was so impactful. Episode 36. Episode 36. Okay, episode 36 is the episode 14. Let me see. I hope it's episode 36. Don't lie to me, please. My God. No, of course you got the wrong episode. Of course I found the wrong episode again. Why am I obsessing over this so much? I do not even know why I'm obsessing over this so much. I've got to stop. I've got to stop. I really have to stop. I really have to stop soon. But you know what? I think you got the point. I'm tired of looking already. Let's move on. Let us move on. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck here forever. So before I'll get back to this. I will get back to this later on if I get some time after our talk about the earlier parts of Chinese imperial history. But in the meantime, I think it kind of again shows you the difference in terms of how these two empresses manage their countries. Don't you think so? I hope I did. I hope I expressed the point pretty clearly. I hope I did. It really did cement the reputation. Unfortunately, there are women who can run nations. Wu Zetian was an example of that. People did not appreciate that she was in charge of things, but while she was in charge of things, it was definitely a good improvement to the empire at that point in time. So let's get back to this. Now we're going to go to the next big topic. And it's a very big topic, okay? I could have made this an entire stream, but I think for now I'm just going to keep it simple. So after Wu Zetian's reign was over, thankfully for the people who live in the empire, the emperor who directly replaced her was also pretty good. And basically his management and those after him turned Tang Dynasty into a bit of like kind of like an ancient history version of 1950s United States. Think about it, something like that. I think metropolitan. Chang'an, the capital of Tang Dynasty China, became a metropolitan city. It became where you had the closest equivalents you have for skyscrapers in ancient China. I'm going to show you an example. This is what Chang'an looks like during the peak of the Tang Dynasty. Hold on, I will look for that later. Unfortunately, let's have a look. Just a couple.
Picture this. The year is 750 AD.
Thank
Chang'an
you
is the largest city on Earth.
Oh, let me see. Thank you for the gifted trumpet. Thank you for being here. Das Gefferin. I'll just call you Geffro. Make sure to thank trumpet.
1 million people live inside walls that stretch for 20 miles. Emperor Xuanzong rules an empire from the Korean peninsula to the borders of Persia. This is the Tang dynasty at its absolute peak, before the rebellion, before the collapse,
Before
when
the
China was the
Anlushan
most
rebellion.
advanced
We'll talk
civilization
about that
on the
later.
planet. But what was it actually like to spend a single day here, not as an emperor or a general, but as an ordinary person navigating the world's first truly cosmopolitan megacity? Using AI, trained on historical records and archaeological evidence, we've reconstructed what 24 hours in Tang Dynasty Chang'an
Yes, indeed, I am. Finally, I'm streaming what I wanted to stream. Unfortunately. Yes, unfortunately. Only not really many people want to fully reconstruct Chang'an handpicked. So, unfortunately, there are a bunch of silly memes about AI Chang'an, but I'm just going to show it a little bit.
actually looked like. Not just the silk and the dynasties, not just the poetry and the porcelain. We're talking about the real city. The avoidance
there.
curfew that locks you in at night. The night markets that aren't supposed to exist. The foreign merchants speak a dozen languages. From dawn to midnight, this is what life was actually like in Tang, China.
Does it remind you of something, Lucas? Does it kind of remind you of Japan? Look at this. This kind of remind you of Japan. Some parts of the city. Does this kind of remind you of Japan to an extent?
Let's step back 1,300 years. Dawn. The sun hasn't risen yet, but Chang'an is already waking up. You hear it before you see it. The massive bronze bell at the bell tower ringing 108 times. This is the signal. The city gates are opening. The curfew is lifted.
Okay, so the story behind it, Lurka-chan. Japanese and Korean architecture are based off Tang Dynasty architecture. It's based off almost, and I would say if it's not 100%, it's around 80 to 90%. I would say conservatively 80%. Tang Dynasty architecture. And the thing about Tang Dynasty architecture is Japan or China, it all looks the same to me. Trumpet. Naughty you, very naughty. Anyway, Tang Dynasty architecture is directly directly an inspiration towards Japanese and Korean architecture. Korean and Japanese architecture made a little bit mild changes, but at the core, they are all based off Tang Dynasty architecture. And you will notice it as you see this, albeit it is AI, so try to consider some of the limitations, but at its core, it should be close enough to get an idea.
Movement is allowed again. You're in a residential ward called a fang. These are walled neighborhoods within the
What
city.
neighborhoods?
Each one has its own gates that lock at night.
Like this. Imagine that. Imagine that back in ancient China, you have proper gated communities. Just about everyone living in the city has their own little gated communities. Can you imagine that? It's not just for the rich. Of course, the rich have nicer looking gated communities, but gated communities was a standard for the entire city.
Chang'an isn't organic like most ancient cities. It's planned, a perfect grid. 108 wards arranged in neat rows. East-west streets running straight for miles. North-south avenues are equally.
Look at this. It's a gyroid, and the walls. Doesn't that kind of remind you of Edo period Japan walls? It's by design. It's not an accident. It's not an accident. It kind of reminds you of Edo period Japanese walls.
Precise. The entire city is designed like a chessboard. Order, symmetry, control. Your house is small, wooden, with a tile roof, paper
Look at this.
windows, a small
Okay.
Look
at this house, for instance, okay? Look at this house, for instance. I'm going to show you an example of a, let me see. Alright, is a good example. This is a decent example. Close enough. Let's see. Okay, lurkers, you saw this. This is a Korean equivalent. This is a Korean equivalent. I'm sure y'all have seen Japanese houses already, but I'm showing you a Korean equivalent now. What do you think?
courtyard. Not poor, but not rich either. You're a low-level government clerk. Literate, educated, part of the bureaucracy.
In other words, you are a middle-income earner working a 9 to 5.
That runs the empire. Outside, the streets are filled with people. Officials heading to the imperial city for morning court. Merchants opening shops. Servants fetching water and buying breakfast. Buddhist monks in saffron robes are already on the streets, chanting morning prayers. Chang'an has hundreds of Buddhist temples, towering pagodas that dominate.
I want you to remember what he says as well. The narrator says is correct. During the Tang Dynasty, Korea was part of the empire. It was part of the empire. Make no mistake about that. Because around the time, if I recall correctly, only during the Song Dynasty did Korea split off from China. Only around the Song Dynasty did Korea split off from China, and they formed the Goryeo Dynasty. So there are two big Korean medieval dynasties. The first one, the earlier one, is called Goryeo, and the second one, which is the popular one, is called Joseon. So Goryeo and Joseon. Goryeo dynasty changed into the Joseon dynasty around early to mid Yuan dynasty when the Mongols took over. And it's by design, actually. Gives us a Kaifeng vibe, yes, because this was before the Mongols took over. Before the Mongols took over, Imperial China was very, very Han Chinese. And Han Chinese architecture was what inspired Korean architecture as well as Japanese architecture. Only after the Yuan dynasty, after the Mongols took over and after the Chinese again kicked the Mongols out, when it became the Ming dynasty, that's when you see Chinese architecture become very, very different. Gaudy, a lot more reds, a lot more gold, a lot more elaborate and sometimes unnecessary architecture. The thing about Old Tang Dynasty and even Song Dynasty, that their architecture, some of them are quite elaborate and nice, but most of the time they follow the almost like a simplicity, the white and browns and blacks and some gold of Japanese that will become core to the Japanese architectural style, and slightly as well that reflects Korean styles as well. Yep. The funniest thing about Korean K-dramas is that they always forget Goryeo. They never talk about Goryeo, which is the older Korean dynasty. It's always Joseon.
Skyline. Buddhism came from India centuries ago, traveled the Silk Road, and now it's everywhere in Tang, China. But so is Taoism and Confucianism, and even stranger religions. There are Zoroastrian fire temples, Nestorian Christian churches, even a mosque for Muslim merchants from Persia. Chang'an is the most religiously diverse city in the world, and it doesn't just tolerate it, it celebrates it.
You know what is the irony about this, lurkers? The biggest irony about this, and I want you all to think properly. This statement is very important. This statement is extremely important. And this is a very big disproving of a lot of, the Nick Fuentes type of ethno-nationalist type of people. The gripers, as they call them. It strongly disproves the whole Nick Fuentes statement. They did not know Tang Dynasty China. They do not know how Chang'an used to operate. The problem is not multiculturalism and multi-religion. It's not that. The problem is whether you have a strong set of rules, a strong set of understandings that have been established by those who are running the government, and people who visit understand it innately and respect it. You can then have multiculturalism that is not self-destructive. So this is the big problem. Some of the so-called alt-right, will tell you that, oh, no, multiculturalism will destroy everything. Not necessarily. Multiculturalism only starts to be destructive if the government that allows it, either through social engineering or through sheer negligence, allows the xenophobic aspects of various different competing cultures, within a small space to be allowed to fester. That's when multiculturalism becomes destructive. Because the core of the point is, there has to be a strong understanding that xenophobia amongst each different cultures should not be tolerated, and those who act upon it are to be punished severely. And that is what a lot of governments are refusing to do in the current day. So Chang'an, I'm willing to bet, actually I'm pretty sure, that if you commit a crime in Chang'an, your fate is pretty much horrifying. Regardless of whether you are a tourist from Persia, or you're a Han Chinese living, breathing native in the city itself. But again, I guess you can kind of hear the part Persian. Persian people are very intelligent people. Persian people are intelligent people. They are civil. They are mostly civil people. So that explains a lot. And of course, the Saracens back in the medieval period, they were also comparatively more restrained than whatever we are facing today.
Morning. By the time the sun is fully up, you're walking toward the imperial city. This is the government complex in the northern part of Chang'an, where the emperor lives, where the bureaucracy operates. You pass through the Vermilion Bird Gate, the main southern entrance. The avenue leading to it is 500 feet wide, wider than any street in Rome, wider than anything in medieval Europe. Trees line both sides, officials on horseback, palanquins carrying nobles. Foot traffic is carefully regulated.
Okay, let's see. The thing is that for multiculturalism, there needs to be an acceptance that not all cultures are equal, so the system can protect the functional ones and dysfunctional from the dysfunctional ones. Which is like I said. Multiculturalism is not a problem in and of itself. The problem is, how do you manage to balance it? How do you manage to stabilize multiculturalism? And of course, suffice to say that governments of current year, especially in UK and Western Europe, they do not know how to manage multiculturalism properly. They think they can create the next Chang'an. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. But either the governments, the modern day governments, deliberately allow unsecured and unstable multicultural society to degrade and degenerate, or they are just that bad at it. One or the other. And that's an interesting point as well, Zavok. Notice. I want you to notice something. Zavok. And it's especially important for all of you lurkers. I'm going to add one more slide. This is a little bit extra, a little bit bonus, but think about this. This is a side note, okay? Side note. Think of the most multicultural, cosmopolitan type of cities in the ancient world, okay? Think about it. Rome, Chang'an, and eventually Khan Balik, aka Beijing, Peking. The old name. Consider all of these examples. These are multicultural cities, okay? Oh, not that shit again. Oh, no, not again. Think about it this way. These are multicultural cities. By the way, Khan Balik is just city of Khans in Mongolian during the Yuan dynasty. Okay? What do all of these multicultural cities have in common? Constantinople. I'll give Constantinople. You get the point. These are all multicultural cities. Okay, they're all multicultural cities. What is the secret sauce? What is the secret sauce? What is the secret sauce? A strong man. A strong personality, a strong responsible personality. So, Rome, you had the Caesars. There are some Caesars who are better than others. Augustus Caesar, who else? Hadrian, some of the good emperors who can run a nation state, run a nation properly, run their capital city properly with proper enforcement. Then you have Chang'an And like we're talking about, we have a whole bunch of pretty decent emperors who can run their city, run their military, run their law enforcement properly. And then you have Khan Balik, aka Beijing or Peking, in later years. Run by Kublai Khan. Run by the Khans. And they're all strong men. Most of them are strong men. And funny how you notice these multicultural cities, do they burn down from each other due to cultural tensions? Do they destroy, do the various diverse cultures attack each other and harass each other? No, you don't see any of that. It probably happens but it's an outlier. It's very, very small. It's not enough to be a problem. And the key ingredient is you have a good government. And you have a good government where its people are allowed to, where its leaders, firstly, have a good head on their shoulders. There was the late Roman empires when you have very, very pathetic emperors. Yes, the feudality system. Yes, Leke Chang, you're correct. But we're talking about the mid to early Roman Empire. You don't see that level of degeneration. The moment you have a weak leader or you have an inept government that is unable or unwilling to enforce public decency amongst everyone, that's when you have your Swedens. That's when you have your Londons. That's where you have your Paris. It is that simple. Multiculturalism is not a problem in and of itself. It becomes a problem when you are unable to understand the benefits and the costs of multiculturalism, and you are unable to adapt your public policy to accommodate those costs and benefits. Like with everything. You think a completely homogeneous ethno-state is going to be ridiculously easy to run? No, you have to accommodate everything. Everything has to have its own proper, responsible, and clear policy. Hello Ash, welcome. Okay. There was a lot of talking. A lot of talking. But anyway, I'm going to take a short break, maybe a 3-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll continue. I want to show you all a little bit more of Chang'an for you to understand the type of place we're talking about, how good things used to be. But anyway, I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. I'll see you later, Lucas. 6766767. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, you will have tourists in your favorite anime at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. All right. Let's get back to this. Everyone, lurkers. Get back to your seats. As always, it is not a lecture, it is just a chat where I ramble and you can ask questions. Let's move on. Let's watch a little bit more of Chang'an. Okay, just a little bit more.
You're heading to the Ministry of Revenue. Your job is boring. Recording tax receipts from provinces, copying documents.
Even in ancient Chang'an, ancient China, you still have to worry about the tax office. It's always the tax office. Always the tax office, Marcos. See you later. See you another day. Always the tax office.
Filing reports. But you got this job through the examination system. The Tang dynasty doesn't care who your father is. If you can pass the civil service exam.
Oh yeah, this is another very big deal. Tang dynasty introduced lurkers. Yeah, civil service exam. You got to thank the girl boss. Yeah, sure, the older empress conceived the idea, but she basically made it ridiculously important. Merits-based job application.
You can join the bureaucracy. The exam tests poetry, calligraphy, Confucian classics, and history. You studied for years, memorized thousands of characters, learned to write classical poetry in regulated verse. Most men fail, but you passed. And now you're here. Inside the ministry, scribes are already working, brushes moving across paper and silk, the scratch of ink on fiber. Paper, invented in China centuries ago, still a luxury in most of the world, but common here. The Tang government produces thousands of documents every day, records of everything, tax receipts, legal judgments, military dispatches, diplomatic correspondence. This is how you control an empire of 50 million people.
Imagine that, Lopez. Imagine that, lurkers. The writing system was invented solely so governments can tax people. Tax. Oh my goodness. Tax is at OS time.
People. Through paperwork, your supervisor, a 6th rank official, gives you today's assignment. Verify grain shipments from Sichuan province. Cross-reference them with tax records. It's tedious, but it matters. The Tang dynasty runs on grain. Rice from the south, wheat from the north, millet from the west. All of it tracked, all of it recorded, all of it was taxed. By mid-morning, you're done with your morning work. You head to the west.
Burger Cat, thank you for the 12 months. Hello, it's been 12 months and still no... The Shrine Controller, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, 0 high cortisol today, low cortisol day today. Think positive. Think positive. Daisho, thank you for the 3rd. I'm going to ignore people now.
West Market, Shishi. This is where the Silk Road ends. Merchants from Persia, Sogdia, India, even Arabia gather here, selling goods that have traveled thousands of miles. You see Persian rugs, Afghan lapis lazuli, Indian ivory,
Yes.
Central Asian horses, glass
Yes.
from Rome. The West Market is enormous. Over 200 acres, shops organized by trade, silk merchants in one section, metal workers in another, food vendors in another. You hear languages you don't recognize. Sogdian,
Correct?
Persian, Sanskrit, Arabic. You see people dressed in clothes you've never seen. Long robes, turbans, veils, pointed hats. Some of them have been living in Chang'an for generations. Foreign merchants who settled here, married Chinese women, raised half Chinese children. The Tang
Again, all the secret ingredient to a stable city or society, even with multiculturalism, is a government that knows how to run things. Yeah, easier said than done, but of course, we're talking about the blue bloods, the elites of the world who claim to be so much smarter than all of us. All of this should be easy pickings for them. But for some reason, it's so hard.
dynasty doesn't fear foreigners, it absorbs them. You stop at a stall selling Central Asian bread, thick,
I love
flat
it.
bread baked in a tandoor oven, nothing like Chinese steamed buns. The vendor is Sogdian from somewhere near modern-day Uzbekistan. He speaks broken Chinese. You buy the bread with copper coins, standard Tang currency, round with a square hole
Yep.
in the middle. Then you wander through the silk section. Bolts of silk in every color. Red, green, blue, gold. Some plain, some with elaborate patterns. Silk is China's most valuable export. The secret of silk production is closely guarded. Export the knowledge and you face execution. But the Tang exports the fabric itself by the ton, west along the Silk Road to Persia,
Yes.
then to Byzantium and Rome. In exchange,
Yep,
China
Byzantium
imports
and Rome.
glass, wool, precious stones, and most importantly, horses. Tang China is obsessed with horses. Central Asian horses, tall, fast, strong. The military needs them. The nobility wants them. Owning a good horse is a status symbol. You see a group of noblemen examining horses brought from Fergana, beautiful animals, far more expensive than you could ever afford.
Yes.
By noon, you're
Right.
hungry again. You head to a restaurant near the East Market. Tang
House
Dynasty
restaurant,
China has a restaurant culture that won't appear in Europe for another 1,000 years. You sit at a table.
Tang Dynasty pioneered foodie culture, Lucas. You heard it here, right? You heard it here. Foodie culture was a Chinese invention. Oh boy. There's always something that was invented by a Chinese.
A server brings tea, then small dishes. dumplings, noodles, stir-fried vegetables, pork in sauce. Tea is everywhere in Tang China, prepared in a specific way, powdered leaves whisked in hot water. A new tea culture is sweeping the elite. Soon, a young scholar named Lu Yu will immortalize these exact rituals in his famous classic of tea. How to grow it, how to prepare it, how to drink it. The Tang elite are obsessed.
Oof! Oof! If this is the implication that I think is being made, the Japanese tea ceremony was also based on Tang Dynasty China as well. Those Japanese tea ceremonies that was always like, oh, this is so Japanese, it's so obnoxiously Japanese. Again, Tang Dynasty China.
Obsessed with refinement, proper tea ceremony, proper poetry, proper calligraphy. Speaking of poetry, the men at the next table are reciting verses. Poetry is the mark of an educated person. Officials write poetry, scholars write poetry, even
Basically, poetry is the equivalent of cloud chasing in Tang Dynasty China. The better your poem you read out loud, the more clout you receive. Yes. The more approval you get from your peers and from women, it represents another like, it represents another repost, another retweet. Oh boy. You have ancient cloud farming lurkers. And you don't cloud farm by rage baiting people. You don't cloud farm by living hot takes. You cloud farm by making a better poem than someone else. How cute, how quaint.
Even courtesans write poetry. The greatest poets are celebrities. Li Bai, the drunken wanderer who writes about wine and the moon. Du Fu, the serious poet who writes about war and suffering. Everyone can quote their verses. Tang poetry follows strict rules, lines of 5 or 7 characters, specific tonal patterns, regulated rhyme schemes. It's difficult, but that's the point. Anyone can speak. Only the educated can write classical poetry. After lunch, you visit a tea house. Inside, a musician is playing the pipa, a pear-shaped lute that came from Persia. Music in the Tang Dynasty is cosmopolitan. Chinese instruments mixed with Central Asian ones. Chinese melodies mixed with foreign rhythms. The current emperor Xuanzong is obsessed with music. He personally composes pieces. He maintains a court orchestra of hundreds of musicians. Art and culture aren't luxuries in Tang China. They're how you demonstrate civilization.
That's a way of life, basically.
By afternoon, you're at a gathering in the Imperial Academy. This is where scholars study and debate, where the classics are preserved, where the future officials are trained. Today, there's a poetry contest. Several young scholars compete to write the best regulated verse on a given theme.
Erica Neville,
The
I have
theme
played
is
Jade Empire. I have played Jade Empire. And it was a really, really fun experience. And I remember it fondly. I really do remember it fondly. What do I think about Jade Empire? I liked its aesthetics, and I was kind of impressed that they managed to make their own little dialect language system, fictional Asian dialect language system. It threw me off. I had to read subtitles, but it was fun. It was fun to hear. I would not trust BioWare to do a remake of Jade Empire. But I would love to see a Jade Empire being remade by a group of devs who actually cares. I wonder if they were as hated by peasants as we hate the hipsters in 2010s. Cloud chasing by a poem writing sounds like the most pretentious college student thing ever. It probably is. It probably is. But it is what it is when your emperor is a hipster as well.
Parting at a frontier fort. Each scholar has an hour to compose an 8-line poem, 5 characters per line, strict tonal patterns, precise rhyme scheme. The judges are senior officials. They'll evaluate technique, imagery, emotional resonance. The winner gets prestige, maybe a better position in the bureaucracy, maybe an introduction to a powerful patron. This is how careers are made in Tang China. Not through birth, through talent, at least in theory. In reality,
of course, in theory, humanity, you can have the most perfect set of rules, the most perfect set of principles, but humans will always be humans. They will always be humans. And like with humans such as George, with humans such as George, such as Riceman, such as Anika Sarkeesian, such as just about every single government official in most modern governments now, humans tend to bend the best principles and the best rules. No meritocracy will ever escape. Oh God, networking. Jesus, no. No networking here, Lurkus. There will be no networking in here.
Connections still matter. The aristocrat.
Networking. Oh my God, it's always networking. Every single time.
Aristocratic families still dominate the top positions. But the exam system and the poetry culture create opportunities that didn't exist in earlier dynasties. While the contest continues, you wander through the academy's library. Scrolls and books everywhere, Confucian classics, Buddhist sutras, Taoist texts, historical records, poetry collections. Some are hand-copied by scribes, but increasingly they're printed. Woodblock printing. The text is carved.
The printing press. Not fully automated, but their first proper practical applications of a printing press.
In reverse on a wooden block. Ink is applied, paper is pressed against it, multiple identical copies from a single block. This technology has existed for a while, but the Tang dynasty is perfecting it. Right now, Buddhist monasteries use it to mass-produce sutras and charms. Soon, the government will realize its potential to print calendars and official documents. In a few centuries, this technology will spread west. But right now, it's just one more innovation among many. As the sun sets, the drums at the drum towers start beating. This is the signal. Curfew is approaching. The ward gates will close soon. You're supposed to go home, lock yourself in your ward, stay there until dawn. But you don't. Instead, you head to an area near the West Market where the rules are flexible. The night market. Technically illegal, technically forbidden. But the authorities look the other way. Too much money involved. Too many powerful people are enjoying it. Lanterns illuminate the streets. Red, yellow, white. Food stalls everywhere. Grilled meat, fried dough, sweet cakes, wine. The Tang Chinese love wine. Grape wine from the West, rice wine, fermented millet. Li Bai, the famous poet, is legendary for drinking. His poems celebrate intoxication. You buy a cup of wine and wander through the market. Musicians playing, dancers performing, Central Asian whirling dancers in colorful costumes, storytellers recounting tales from Buddhist scriptures or historical romances. This is the other side of Tang China, not the disciplined bureaucracy, not
The
the
nightlife
regulated poetry.
cosmopolitan as hell.
This is a pleasure, entertainment, commerce that doesn't stop for curfew. Women are here too, not respectable women, but courtesans, entertainers, servers. Tang Dynasty. Women have more freedom than in later Chinese dynasties. They can own property, some can divorce, a few even hold government positions. But
Well, no duh. You have to thank the Empress. You have to thank the Empress for that.
they're still constrained, expected to manage households, produce sons, stay modest, except here in the night market, where normal rules bend. Later, much later, the night watch starts patrolling. These are government soldiers who enforce the curfew. Anyone caught on the streets can be arrested, beaten, fined. You slip back into your ward just before the gates close. The wooden gates slam shut, bars drop into place. Until dawn, you're locked in. This is the contradiction of Chang'an, the most cosmopolitan city in the world, the most culturally advanced, the most technologically sophisticated, and also rigidly controlled. Surveillance, curfews, regulations. The Tang dynasty maintains order.
Are you starting to notice why multiculturalism kind of works? This is not an anomaly to just Tang dynasty. It was novel at that time when it happened, but Khan Balik was the same case. Rome was the same case. You need good governance, and anything is possible, basically.
Through bureaucracy and force. Every household is registered, every resident tracked, every movement is monitored. It works. Chang'an has remarkably little crime for a city of 1 million people.
But notice how in the case of UK, only the natives get victimized. Interesting. Not just the natives, okay, not just natives, but people of a specific political view get victimized. They are not applying the laws fairly. A state is only effective if it applies the law fairly, otherwise it is just a ticking time bomb. Eventually, enough of the victimized people will say, I am done, and who knows what will happen after that.
But it's also suffocating. You're home now, paper windows glowing with lamplight. Your wife has prepared a simple dinner, rice, vegetables, maybe some fish. Your children are practicing calligraphy, copying characters over and over until the strokes are perfect. Education is everything in Tang China, the path to advancement, the mark of civilization. You help your son with his studies, explaining the meaning of classical texts, correcting his brushwork. Someday, maybe he'll pass the exams. Maybe he'll rise higher than you did.
I kind of wish I actually put in more time to study calligraphy seriously. Calligraphy is so nice. I would love to be good at calligraphy, for real, like it's for real.
That's the promise of the Tang dynasty. Merit over birth, talent over connections. It's not always true, but sometimes it is. And that possibility is revolutionary. So that was 24 hours in Tang Dynasty China. Not just the silk and the poetry, not just the legends and the emperors. The real Chang'an. Curfews and night markets, bureaucracy and wine. Foreigners speaking Persian next to scholars reciting classical verse. The Tang dynasty lasted nearly 300 years, from 618 to 907 AD.
Okay, that's fine. That's all you need to know, okay? We are going to move on to the next topic. You had your little break. I had my little break watching this. It's time for me to keep going. So, like I said, this is basically what happened here, okay? Li Bai, the drunken poet, Du Fu, we were here. We were here. Now we're going to go into one of the biggest things that was being exported out of Tang Dynasty China and into places like Korea and Japan. What is that? Buddhism. So this story about Buddhism was quite interesting. You all probably have watched or heard of Wukong. Some of you might have even heard of the title Journey to the West. It was the series Journey to the West, the novels, the mythos, the story, the opera of sorts, of Journey to the West. It is a dramatization novel. It was a novel that dramatizes an actual monk, an actual Buddhist monk, who went to India and then returned back from India to his home and bringing with him a whole bunch of Buddhist teachings, sutras, books, documents, everything from a Buddhist temple university in India. It was a very, very long story, but Ming Dynasty basically turned it into a mythological stories with gods, demons, fairies, and spirits. But the real story is a little bit more mundane, but still quite a big deal. Basically, the monk actually exists, Tong San Zhang or Xuan Zhang in Mandarin. He did indeed go from the mainland, Tang Dynasty, to India, learn Buddhism properly, and then bringing it back to China to refine the Buddhist teachings in China. But here's the very funny story. Buddhism was already quite the fixture in China since the Han Dynasty. It was quite the fixture. Like what the video said, it traveled from the Silk Road to Han Dynasty, and into the big cities like Luoyang and Chang'an. The problem is, it was mostly word of mouth. It was some documents, some teachings, some sutras, some books did arrive in China, but most of the time, as you know, with word of mouth, there's a lot of telephone involved. It becomes a big telephone game. Everyone has their own little contradictory type of accounts and teachings about Buddhism. So it ends up being a whole hodgepodge of, oh, did they say this? Oh no, they said that. No, they said that instead. It becomes very confusing, and the monk Xuanzang noticed this. Everything was contradictory. A lot of things were contradictory in Buddhist teachings. A lot of things were in conflict with one another. Sometimes the facts was different. Sometimes the theory is completely different from what he thinks and what they think or what she thinks, anything like that. So he decided, screw this. I'm gonna go to India. I'm gonna learn from the masters of Buddhism in India and get once and for all the correct, in his opinion, the most complete and least contradictory teachings of Buddhism. And so he did. It was quite a long journey from east to west, but he did it. And he returned, and Buddhism became accessible. Buddhism used to be esoteric back in China. It was mainstream enough, but it was still quite esoteric. Only the most educated people seemed to understand it at that time. And of course, there were still a lot of contradictions. People can't be sure what they were learning was the correct information. But after Xuanzang returned to China with that knowledge, Buddhism exploded. It became so popular and so accessible. The key word is accessible. It became so accessible and easy to understand that it spread from China to Korea and Japan. So now you know Korea and Japan have strong Buddhist cultures, strong Buddhist teachings and Buddhist cultures. It technically came from India and Central Asia, but it would not have spread there if it wasn't for China. And what this monk, who became the monk that Wukong always follows around, if it was not for him. Journey to the West is basically Romance of the Three Kingdoms is Dynasty Warriors. Yes. Hello Nana Kisama, welcome. There are whole kinds of different Buddhism and this is a perfect segue to a short discussion about Buddhism. Okay? A short discussion about Buddhism. So, there are two very, at its roots, at its core. We're going to talk about Buddhism, lurkers. We're going to talk about Buddhism. At its core, at its ultimate core, let's not split up into trees just yet. Buddhism, at its core, is about seeking enlightenment, understanding that the world is suffering, and that by destroying your attachments to the physical world, you free yourself from suffering and you learn the ultimate truth of the world and being enlightened. And you do so by also exercising compassion. Now here's where things get a little bit more nuanced. That is just the top level understanding of Buddhism. What you have are two different trees of Buddhism. You have the ones that are the originators of Buddhism, which is places like Nepal, places like India. The first instances of Buddhism, which is loosely called the Hinayana, but it's a bit of a pejorative. I'll talk about it later. There are two core ideas of Buddhism: the Hinayana branch or the Mahayana branch. They are translated loosely. Yana means vehicles. In other words, conduits or perspectives. Think about it this way. Perspectives, but it just literally means vehicles. Hinayana means the lesser vehicle. Mahayana means the greater vehicle. Why is the lesser vehicle called a lesser vehicle, and why is it a pejorative, especially in East Asian cultures? Well, think about it this way. It's a bit of an irony of sorts. Hinayana, or it's another term now, is called Theravada, Theravada, is talking about Buddhism for the self, enlightenment for the self. In other words, yourself. It's ironic. I feel the irony in it. As in, you only focus on enlightenment for yourself. No one else. Only you, yourself, and you. You are the only one. You reaching enlightenment is the only one that matters. That is called the lesser vehicle. And now you start to understand why it's called the lesser vehicle. Because it is inherently a very... Again, it's talking about it's very ironic. It's because Buddhism is talking about the virtues of selflessness. But the whole idea of Hinayana, the lesser vehicle, is that you are only seeking enlightenment yourself. So in a way, it is a very selfish perspective towards the practice. Again, I'm not saying this as a smear or an insult, but as a factual interpretation. Because all you focus is on yourself and reaching enlightenment yourself. Then you're Mahayana, the greater vehicle. And what is that basically? Is that, okay, it is important to reach enlightenment yourself. To let go of, to let go of attachment and reach enlightenment yourself. But they come to an understanding is that why should I be the only one to reach enlightenment? If I can help it, why can't I help others? If I can help myself, why can I not help others? That is the next key part. That is the most important part of what is called the greater vehicle of Buddhism. Instead of just reaching enlightenment yourself, you go straight to help others. You will slow your own enlightenment path down just enough to not escape the cycle of suffering. Just yet. And instead, you wander the realm, you wander earth, you wander everywhere, trying to spread this teaching and what you have learned and understood to others around you. Whether it's being kind, compassionate and kind to others, or whether just being an educator and teaching others what you have learned. This is the popular vehicle of Buddhism in East Asian countries. So China, Japan, Korea, and Vietnam, Tibet, and Mongolia. And on the flip side, the inwards, as in the hyper-focus on only yourself, is more popular in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia. Are you keeping track with me so far, like this? I hope I'm not confusing you all. It is subtle, but I want you all to understand it. I want you all to know what you all think. Is it clear enough so far? Okay, Hachiko, I'm glad. Nana-san, I'm glad. Okay, let's continue. You know what's the ironic thing? The biggest irony about Buddhism, as in the original conception of Buddhism, is that they have no belief in gods. They have no belief in gods, they have no belief in idol worship and all of that. That's what the Westerners will tell you, because they only know. The Westerners only know the Hinayana style of Buddhism, which is the selfish style of Buddhism. Again, I'm not using the word selfish as an insult. I'm using selfish as in it is focusing on yourself and yourself only. They believe that there is no gods. They believe that everyone can. They just believe that the key thing is reaching enlightenment, or as you probably heard, the word nirvana. Okay, that's called enlightenment. But ironically, the Mahayana style of Buddhism, because there are so many people who could reach enlightenment, but they chose not to. And instead they chose to spread their teachings and their compassion outwards to other people. Funnily enough, they became worshipped by the people around them. They became worshipped by the people around them. So by the time that they have reached to a point, okay, I have spread enough compassion to others, I have done the best I can, it is time for me to enter enlightenment. And the moment they enter enlightenment, after doing all of that, they became what is called a bodhisattva. In other words, they became their own Buddha. And bodhisattva is basically a Buddhist god, for the lack of a better term. Of course, Buddhists will frown over the term of calling anyone a god, but still, that is the best way for you to understand it. So yeah, it's kind of like saints for the Catholics in a way, but more powerful, but more significant. Because every single bodhisattva, every single Buddha that ascends and reaches enlightenment, they are all on equal footing with each other. That's why you have, for instance, Kuan Yin. Let me give you an example. This is a very good example of a bodhisattva. Hold on. She is, well, accounts differ. Some say this individual is a woman, Some say this individual is ambiguous. And some say this individual is a man. But in popular culture, she's referred to as a woman. So we're talking about Guan Yin, the god, and colloquially known as the goddess of mercy. She was one of those who are a bodhisattva. So she was on the verge of reaching enlightenment, but she purposely held off. She purposely held off so she could help others around her, and the moment she felt that she has done all that she can, she ascended. And when she ascended, she became the goddess of what people call now the goddess of mercy. So she is called Guan Yin in Chinese and Kanon in Japanese. Yeah, that's another very interesting story, Milarepa. It is another very interesting story. Because there is one very important principle in Buddhism that it's very subtle, it's extremely subtle, but it makes a world of difference. It makes a big world of difference. Okay? It is not necessarily is the priority. Okay? The priority is not doing good, but doing what is right. So, if you understand this core fundamental understanding about Buddhism as a philosophy, because some Buddhists would not like to call Buddhism a religion, some would prefer to call it a life philosophy or a path. More commonly, it is called a path. And one of the biggest priorities of Buddhism is it is not the utmost priority that you do good, per se. But it is the utmost priority that you have to do what is right. And sometimes what is good is not necessarily what is right. It's a very subtle distinction. And probably that is the reasoning for why someone like Milarepa can end up becoming a bodhisattva. It's a very, but that's a very deep topic. I'm just giving you again the cliff notes of Buddhism, not something that is really not in depth. I'm sure I might not have gotten everything 100% accurate, or I'm unable to cover the nuances to make my assessment 100% accurate, but I'm just giving you a general idea, okay? So yes, any more questions? Like I say, their core, a Buddhist core principle other than reaching enlightenment, but in terms of their day-to-day actions, their day-to-day behaviors, how they live and how they function, good is nice to do. It is nice to do good. But at the core of it, you have to do what is right. Sometimes doing something good may not be what is right. So for instance, I would say, think about it. Think about the trolley problem. Think about the trolley problem. Think about it. Do you believe that there is a distinction between what is good and what is right in the perspective of the trolley problem. By default, the train, is going to run over 10 people. You have to pull the lever to change the track. The train will end up running over one person instead of 10 people. The good decision, the good, quote unquote, decision is to do nothing. Because you do not want to put the life of someone in your hands. You do not want to be the cause that someone died. But what is the right option? That is the big question. That is the big question that an enlightened Buddhist can answer. Again, I'm not making an answer. I am not answering this question, but this is the classic conundrum. And this is what perfectly illustrates the difference between good and right. But yeah, Kunyam Kanon is the aka the goddess of mercy, the Buddha with 1,000 hands. She is arguably one of the most, other than Buddha himself, Siddhartha Gautama, other than the first Buddha, she was arguably the second most well-known Buddha. Perhaps, again, this is my limited understanding, perhaps, Lekachon, the guilt you will receive from condemning one person to death is selfish, but the fact that you have spared the lives of 10 people who would have otherwise died is the right thing to do, and your own personal feelings of guilt does not matter. Perhaps, that's an interpretation. That's an interpretation. But of course, this is a deep ethical conundrum. And I would not dare to say which is the right answer. But I'm telling you, all I'm doing is illustrating to you that there is a difference between what is good and what is right. But yeah, like with most religions, or most way of life, most paths, it can get murky. There's no mistakes about it. Things can get very murky. Alright, let's get back to this. So, any more further questions about the basics of Buddhism? Any more questions about the basics of Buddhism? Is it clear enough? You know what's the irony about this? The irony about this is that the Mahayana approach to Buddhism, in other words, the outward approach, the greater vehicle, instead of just the solely inward approach, it created a pantheon of Buddhas. So in other words, you have pantheons like the Greek pantheon with Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, or the Norse pantheon like Odin, Loki, and Thor, or For instance, the Japanese pantheon like Amaterasu, Susanoo, Izanagi, and Izanami, they create what? The Mahayana approach to Buddhism created its own pseudo-pantheon. So Gunyam is a pantheon, is part of a pantheon. Siddhartha Gautama, the first Buddha, is part of the pantheon as the first Buddha. It is interesting to me. The more I learn about Buddhism, the more interesting things become. So yeah, you have multiple bodhisattvas. So as an example, this is an example. Different Buddhas, all of them are Buddhas. This is an example of figurines and statues, idols of various bodhisattvas in Japan. This in Japan. They're all different Buddhas. They're all different Buddhas. So yes, like I say, it's like a pantheon. And the most striking thing about the Buddhist pantheon of sorts, the Bodhisattva pantheon of sorts, is that anyone can join it. Anyone can join it as long as you have the determination. You have the determination. You have the compassion. You have the drive. You have the will, and eventually you reach enlightenment. People will recognize you as another bodhisattva, and that is it's very poetic. It's kind of like a meritocracy of religions. Think about it this way. Buddhism is like the meritocracy of religions. As long as you can walk the talk, there is a place open for you. That's kind of how that is how it works. So yeah, that was a nice little segue. I liked that little talk. It was a nice little ramble. I like that. Okay. But as with all good things, they will come to an end. They will come to an end. And here we go back to Tang Dynasty with the decline. Oh boy. And the decline was slow and painful. And oh boy, it's slow and painful. It was slow and painful. Let me just, before that, let's read what you all talk about. Okay, let's see what your morality police are. The good people. There used to be Buddhists all over Afghanistan and Central Asia, but the Saracens destroyed all of their kingdoms. And Ricola, you made a very interesting point. I'm going to talk a little bit about it, okay? Why did that happen? Why did Buddhism leave Afghanistan and Central Asia? And I'm going to talk to you about it soon in the next slide, okay? The Battle of Talas, 751 AD. Okay? Let's go to that. You're probably referring to that conundrum. This was why things happen the way they do. This answers your question completely, okay? This answers your question completely. The Battle of Talas. This was the beginning of the end for the Tang Dynasty. It was the first major defeat of the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty were fighting the Abbasid Caliphate for the fate of Central Asia. And this directly answers your question, Agricola. This directly answers your question. Because the Tang Dynasty lost bigly during the Battle of Talas. Battle of Talas is 751 AD, just so you all know, 751 AD. Because they lost this war, the Tang Dynasty lost its grip on Central Asia, and so the Saracens, managed to spread further into East Asia, and you know what happened to the Buddhist cultures and kingdoms after that. You know what happened to them after that. That is basically the flashpoint for Central Asia to slowly become a Muslim region, an Islamic region. That was the beginning of the end. That really was the beginning of the end. And this was if the Tang Dynasty had won the Battle of Talas, there is a huge likelihood that Central Asia would still consist mainly of Buddhists. Maybe some Hindus, probably. Yeah, that is what you are likely referring to, Agricola. And of course, that was just the beginning of the end. That was the first crack, the first dent. And things just got worse from there. Between 756, between around 756, so 5 years after the Tang Dynasty lost the Battle of Talas, that was when a Turkish Sogdian auxiliary, basically General An Lushan, he kickstarted the An Lushan rebellions, and it lasted for just under 10 years. Give or take around 8 years. And that is the core story also of the Hesi campaign in Where Winds Meet. It talks about the incidents surrounding the late Tang Dynasty. Its cracks was starting to show. So the whole idea was General An Lushan, he was not a Han Chinese, so already he did not have that much in the way of loyalty towards the Tang Empire, because Tang Empire was largely run by Han Chinese. He revolted, and he launched an attack on Chang'an. He launched a horrible attack on Chang'an, destroying much of the city, killing a lot of people, and the aftermath of it was famine and continued destruction. The Tang Dynasty pushed him back, managed to suppress him and kill him, but they did not use their own. Their military was not enough. So they had to get help from places like the Uyghurs in Xinjiang to subdue him. Basically, after the An Lushan rebellion, the emperor was so much weaker. It was quite the slow rot at that point in time. After the rebellion, the central imperial government was unable to cope with what was left. It was a slow descent. Central authority weakened. Military governors started to hoard power for themselves, hoard power, hoard riches, and hoard men for themselves, and they created their own little quote-unquote provinces that is technically aligned with the Tang dynasty, but for intents and purposes, they're just feudal lords. They're just feudal lords. They pay lip service saying that they still serve the emperor, but that's just about it. Lip service. And of course, what is an imperial palace drama without eunuchs? Tell me, Lucas, what is imperial palace rotting from the core without eunuchs? And yes, they did. Again, the eunuchs caused problems. People hated the government again. Funny how it's always the eunuchs that cause problems. The eunuchs caused problems. People were unhappy with the imperial government again. There was another rebellion, the Huangchao rebellion of 874 to 884, and that even further crippled the empire. It got so bad that eventually the gravy train ended. It got so bad that the gravy train ended. 907 AD. One of the strongest warlords in the region, Zhu Wen, forced the last emperor of the Tang to abdicate. And then the next interdynastic period kicks in. Just as bad, if not worse, than after the Han Dynasty. The next interdynastic period kicked in. Just a little bit of a side note. By the way, Lucas. The An Lushan Rebellion. Any of y'all played Where Winds Meet, Lucas? I'm sure you all know what game it is at this point. I play it all the time, but any of you played it personally? Have you all reached the Hexu expansion? Have you all reached the Hexu expansion, Lucas? I have to know. Ha ha ha, very funny, Lucas-chan, very, very funny. Fine, be that way. You'll be that way, Lucas, you'll be that way. Well, anyway, for those who do play Where Winds Meet, the Hexu expansion takes place here, roughly around this area. This is the Hexu expansion for Where Winds Meet. This is what they call the Hexu Corridor. This whole place is called the Hexu Corridor. And this place is roughly here. It is the entranceway to the Taklamakan Desert. So it's a desert that connects to Central Asia. And the whole idea of the Hesse campaign is talking about the decline of the Tang dynasty, the An Lushan rebellion, and all of the problems that it created after the rebellion. Taklamakan is well, it is what it is, potato. It is what it is. The names can be silly, yeah, but it is what it is. So it really takes about. So think about it this way: the Hexer map expansion is started at the desert area, which is roughly around here. So if this will be gibberish. This will be gibberish for those who do not know, who have not played Where Winds Meet, but for those who do, you will understand what I'm talking about. This part is the Jade Gate Pass, roughly around here, close to Dunhuang. So the giant dramatic gates will be roughly around this area. And as you go down, and down, you reach a little bit of a mountainous region here around Jiuquan, which is snowy, which has snow and there's ice and snow everywhere. Then you keep going down and down until you reach to the grasslands around here, Wu Wei and Xining. That's where you get the grasslands part of the map. You know the one, the Windows 7 wallpapers type of map. How about those who play Dynasty Warriors? It's all further east, unfortunately, Lurkers. Those who play Dynasty Warriors have to go further east. There's not much in the way of incidents that happened during the Three Kingdoms period in the western edges of the empire. Windows XP, yes, the Windows XP wallpaper. The Windows XP wallpaper is around here, this area. The first part of the map, the second part of the map is around here, the snowy part. There's a bit of snow, a bit of high mountains around this part. So that's there. And then the grasslands are here. And now we move back to what happens after the Tang dynasty has crumbled. And would you guess it? It's like the Balkans all over again. It's just like what happened when Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union crumbled all over again. You have reached into a period. This interdynastic period is also known as the 5 Dynasty 10 Kingdoms period. Yes, it's a mouthful, but there is good reason for it. So at the northern half of what was once the Tang Empire, you had a group of different warlords, militaristic regimes that eat itself up, that cannibalizes itself, one another. It's like an Ouroboros, they keep eating itself. So it started off with the later Liang, so that's the small little kingdom of sorts, dynasty of sorts, a fake dynasty, but it's a dynasty all the same. Hachiko, good night. I'll see you next week. So the later Liang dynasty lasted ridiculously short. Then it moved on. It ate itself up and in another rebellion or a coup. Then it became the later Tang dynasty. Then it ate itself up in another rebellion or a coup. Then it became the later Jin dynasty. Then it ate itself up and another rebellion takes place. Then it became the later Han, and you know, big surprise, the later Zhou. It lasted for quite a fair few years. Then there's the 10 kingdoms in the south. For most parts, the southern half of what was the Tang dynasty were relatively stable. It was relatively stable and it lasted for, again, quite a few years. Quite a few years, as always. As with everything, it lasted for quite a few years. Not too long, granted, but still quite a handful of years. So, again, it's a parallel. This is a parallel. It is like Yugoslavia. It is like the Balkan states. It is like Yugoslavia, it is like the Balkan states. It's ironic how much reality rhymes, whether you're in the east or whether you're in the west, or whether you are in centuries or even millennia, disconnected. How they rhyme. So what happens afterwards? Well, we get to Where Winds Meet. The proper story of Where Winds Meet. So around 960, so it's about 50 or so years of Balkanization of the Tang Empire. 50 or so years. Very, very short rules between each warlord, and at the south it was slightly more stable, but in the end it was still pretty short, all things considered. You have the case of the start of the Song dynasty, and he was a general who was part of the later Zhou, so the last warlord dynasty. He rebelled for one last rebellion, and in a miracle, it stuck around. Now you have the Song dynasty. So after the later Zhou dynasty, it became the Song dynasty, and this one stuck around for a few centuries. It was less flashy than, say, the Tang dynasty. It was less dramatic than, say, the Han dynasty or the Qin dynasty of even earlier on. But what the Song dynasty did not do in terms of style, flashiness, and dramatics, it made it for in stability. So it was one of those few dynasties that did not expand. It did not invade other nations anymore. It did not invade, it did not expand land. It started to focus inward. It was one of those dynasties that were, think about it, it was like the, how should I think about it? If Tang dynasty, for instance, was a flamboyant and flashy venture capitalist guy who is dreaming big, dreaming in style, talks about the big returns and the big expansions. Think of the Song dynasty as the accountant, the conservative accountant who tells you to watch out, don't take too big of a risk, and keep things slow and steady. That was what the Song dynasty was like. And of course, because the Song dynasty was kind of min-maxing civilian government, min-maxing administrative and bureaucratic efficiencies, what a little bit of a spoiler for what will happen. What they didn't really focus all that much on was military quality. So by the time inevitably the Song dynasty started to erode and start to rot again, just like every other big dynasty before it, when the Mongols invaded, the Song army was not up to scratch. Not up to scratch at all. And that's why Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan managed to take over the Song dynasty and become the Yuan dynasty, but that is a story for another time. That is a story for another time. So this is where Winds Meet has stopped. The dynasty where Mulan took place is, some people say was the Song dynasty, but let me just have a look. Let me just have a look. Let me double check, okay? Let me just have a double check. Nope, you are wrong. You are wrong. It takes place around the Northern Wei dynasty, so it's around 386 to 535. It was during the interdynastic periods. Let me just check. It was during the interdynastic periods. So it happened around here. Because the Huns were not Mongols, if I recall correctly. The Huns were technically not Mongols. It was, funnily enough, the Ballad of Mulan. It was composed, oh my goodness. Northern Wei, a dynasty ruled by Xianbei Tuopa. They are not Han Chinese. They were not Han Chinese. Okay, the original legend of Mulan was not a Han Chinese creation. It was not. It was originally a Tuopa people, which is a non-Han nomadic group. It was a story that was not even outright Han Chinese in creation. But the story was so popular that it got adopted multiple times. So the Tuopa people were also a nomadic group. They also had their own fair share of invasions from the Westerners, the Western barbarians, which were based off the Rora nomads, which is to the west, and northwest, which is to the northwest. The story became so popular that Song dynasty poets and Ming dynasty storytellers adopted that story and adapted it to Chinese culture. I mean, in a way, I guess it kind of makes sense. Mulan is not exactly a Han Chinese name. Not the most Han Chinese name. And of course, Disney assumed that Mulan was Chinese. Han Chinese. Well, they don't even know what Han Chinese is, but they think they're Oh, the typical Chinese. So yes, interesting little discoveries you have found. Interesting little discoveries everywhere. Let's close some slides. Let me close some. But anyway, that is the end of my presentation. The chill stream topic is done. And reminder, this is the only reason the biggest reason I made this stream, the Chinese Imperial History stream. The key parts at least, the Tang Dynasty and late Han, most of Tang and early Song Dynasty is because I want an excuse to play Where Winds Meet on the stream and I don't want any of you lurkers getting lost in the plot. Any more questions? Sometimes I wish their Where Winds Meet sponsors me, but it is what it is. It all comes back to Where Winds Meet. We even lost a chatter to sleep. Yes. Pama explained that wouldn't be accused of being Mulan in secret. Oh no. Sweat drop. Shouldn't you expand on the Song Dynasty context if that's when the game takes place? It is the early Song Dynasty, which means that it is still the period of the first emperor. So there's not much incidents that happen in the Song Dynasty so far. Kaifeng is now the capital of the Song Dynasty because Chang'an was left in a very precarious position after the An Lushan rebellion and the subsequent second rebellion. Chang'an never reached the heights that it did during the Tang Dynasty. It ended up being a military fortress city more than an actual capital city and cosmopolitan city, which is a shame, which is a big shame. And there is one big concept during Where Winds Meet that I will talk about in passing. Yes, Big Zhao. Big Zhao is the emperor. He is the actual emperor in history. Zhang Guanyin, aka Big Zhao. As the main character would call him in the game, Zhao Dake, Big Brother Zhao. He is the actual emperor. He is the actual emperor of the actual first emperor of the Song Dynasty. And the whole thing about I'm sure some of you who have played Where Winds Meet know about the whole Tang coin incident. The whole Tang coins incident basically is a way for the Song government to streamline everything and to prevent currency fraud. So they rendered all of the ancient Tang Dynasty coins obsolete, and they were meant to be sent back to the furnaces to be melted back and reforged back into Song Dynasty coins. Yes. Oh boy. Not much has happened so far in the context of Where Winds Meet, because the story of Where Winds Meet at the end of the day is quite personal. It's quite a personal story, despite your main character being anything you want it to be. And what is the Jianghu? Jiang issue. There is a word for Jianghu that is being mentioned in Where Winds Meet. And I want you all to understand what it means, okay? What is the Jianghu? Would you all like to guess what Jianghu is? Good night, master, and have a good day. Have a good night, go rest. No. Standard for wuxia genre is usually Ming Dynasty, funnily enough. It's usually Ming Dynasty. Ming Dynasty or Tang Dynasty. Or Han Dynasty. It's very weird for it to take place during the Song Dynasty, actually. Well, granted, it's the early Song Dynasty, but it's still the Song Dynasty. Would you all like to guess what is Jianghu? Lekis? Would you all like to guess? Would you all like to guess? This was what was being asked around when Where Winds Meet first came out. Would you all like to guess what is Jianghu? Oops, sorry. I'm gonna grab some fancy images, and you're not gonna stop me. I'm gonna grab some fancy images, and you're not going to stop me, stupid PC. You are not going to stop me. Oh my god, you're stopping me, aren't you? You're going to stop me, aren't you, you stupid piece of trash? Good enough. What do you think Jianghu is? That would be interesting, yes. That would be very interesting. I'm actually planning a fanfiction. I'm actually planning a fanfiction of my main character in Where Winds Meet, ending up helping the remnants of the Song Empire push back the Mongols. No, Jianghu, the best way I can describe it to you is... let's see... Perpetua... That is the best way to describe Jianghu. The wild, wild east. I guess it kind of makes sense that Where Winds Meet Jianghu takes place in the early Song Dynasty, because it's just the end of the Warlords era and the Song Dynasty was still in its infancy, is still trying to stabilize. It's still trying to stabilize very much so. So central government was still weak, and there was still a handful of powerful people at different ends of the nation, different ends of China, who are doing their own thing. So I guess it kind of makes sense it takes place during the early Song Dynasty, where central government was still extremely weak. So martial artists, random gangsters, everything else gets to wander the world, wander the lands without too much drama. But yes, long story short, for the most simplistic take, that was simplest take, you can imagine Jianghu as the wild east. And imagine characters like Billy the Kid, or characters like I don't know what other gangsters what other outlaws there are. Well, characters like Billy the Kid as like a Jianghu martial artist in the East, from different sects. Okay, truly that is the setting the scene. This was all one just big giant prologue scene to give me an excuse to continue the campaign in Where Winds Meet. And just in time indeed, lurkers, just in time indeed. I'm going to take a very short break again, and when I am back, we can move on to my favorite part of the stream. We are going back to Where Winds Meet, the Kung Fu game. All this presentation about Imperial Chinese history just so I can play the Kung Fu game on stream and my lurkers don't get lost in everything. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Dark Castle, shut up. I have 0 pyros. And I only got the stupid Himari, that stupid elf. Made me drain all my pyros. I've got nothing for Arisu and Kay. Nothing. Piece of trash RNG. Piece of trash ING. I'm gonna threaten Blue Archive to uninstall it again. I haven't played Wuwa yet. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in learning about how you all pulled the character that you're looking for. I'm not interested. Shut up. I'm going to segue into Where Winds Meet now. The collab is canon in Wuwa. So how do they explain Cyberpunk 2077 in the context of Wuwa? That is interesting. How do they explain what happens after? How do they explain Johnny Silverhand? How do they explain V? How do they explain that the universe in Wuwa is so vibrant and healthy, and Night City is so polluted? Ugh. Back to this, lurkers, back to this. It is not a proper Chinese history stream until I'm done with this. You piece of trash. Just load. Excuse me, why is this game not running? Don't tell me! Oh my god, don't tell me! Don't tell me! Don't tell me! Don't you dare tell me! Don't you dare tell me! Shit! Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I know why it didn't run. Damn it. I know why it didn't run. I forgot to run OBS in administrator mode. And if I didn't run OBS in admin mode, the game does not show on the preview. The game does not show. Damn it. And I do not want to end this stream just so I can run the damn game. No, I do not want to end this stream so I can run the damn game. Damn it, everything was going so well. Everything was going so well. It was all going so well. No, There is no point. There is no point. There is no point. There is no point. There literally is no point. I have to create a brand new stream just to do that. There is no point. Oh my god, I screwed up. I screwed up bad. I screwed up so bad. Nope. I'd rather not. I'd rather not. So you know what? As a reward for all of you lurkers, to sit through an entire stream of me rambling about Chinese history, you can pick a game. You can pick a game. Let's see. And one more game? Why the hell not? You get to pick a game. Exciting, right? It's all yours for Vitus. I do not have any Dynasty Warriors on PC. I have lots of Dynasty Warriors on my old consoles, but not on PC. Not on PC. And Koei Tecmo has a reputation for being extremely stingy with their discounts. Let's see what games are they releasing on Koei Tecmo right now. The new Fatal Frame 2 is coming out, or is it out already? I'm not sure. It just came out. Neo 3. All of them are bloody expensive. Always Atelier series. I'm still waiting for Rise of the Ronin, huh? It's cheap. It's cheap as Rise of the Ronin is pretty cheap. Oh my goodness, it's actually pretty cheap. Half price. Still pretty expensive though, even though at half price. Still pretty damn expensive for half price. Alright, Deadlock it is, Lekers. Deadlock it is. We are locking in. We are locking into death. Let's hope it actually runs. Let's hope it actually runs. I cannot believe I forgot to turn on. Admin mode for OBS. Oh my goodness. Please tell me it works. Please tell me it works. Please tell me it works. Oh my god, it works! Thank God. If you don't want a long mesh, so just PvP with PvE with bots then, okay? DHCRK. So if you do not want a long match, just do some PvE with bots. Just wait for some lurkers to drop in. Who do I want to play as? Initiator, one-man army. Is there a map control and mind games? Yes, it's still closed beta. You still need to get an invite for that.
Soon, I'll be Viscount of New York.
Top daily. Curious about this one. What's so special about this one? Mystic Spirit.
Wait for the grand finale. God, his coat was hideous.
Let's do that again.
Who would I want to play as this time, actually?
I'm not leaving New York until I stop the troubadour.
Let's see. What's view browser? Hope this one doesn't. What is this one? Anyone else coming in?
how you do it.
Anyone coming in? Let me see what her abilities. Let me see what her abilities first. Powder cat throws a barrel that explodes after delay. Draw a bounce air that launches any hero. Which an applies fading. Throw your legs with gain spirit damage, pulling and applying stun using a bounce back extends duration. Okay, I'm gonna try.
You started this fight. I'm just ending it.
I'm going to try something that I'm bad at, which is aiming.
When I find who I'm looking for, I'm not bringing him in. I'm putting him down.
Oh, wait a bit. Okay. What can I play?
Nice teamwork.
Frag shot at
You can't stop me.
performance. I do want to try. Maybe I can aim better, who knows. Oh, everyone's just killing. Everyone's just bullying the bot.
This isn't gonna end well for you.
Ready yet?
They took out Hayes. I'm not messing around. Don't mess with the law. That's what I like to say. Don't be a jerk. I got something for you. You feeling that?
Who else is coming? Anyone else coming? I'm so bad at aiming.
Beginning of something beautiful.
Actually, who else do I want to try? I prefer someone with an asset. Someone that can fire fast.
The secret was gonna get out sooner or later.
I didn't come all the way to New York just to lose.
Teamwork.
Ready yet? Is everyone ready yet? Oh, here. There we go.
It's time to show people who I really am.
Okay, time to go. I cannot believe I can't play Where Winds Meet. Because I was so stupid, I didn't turn on admin mode for OBS.
You've made a pleasant life for yourself, Celeste. Yet you don't feel safe. Complete the ritual, and the Archmother will lend you her warmth and her strength.
Nope. Nothing wrong. Oh, Goth Lurker-chan. I see. That helps. Barely. Bots are very fast to leg it. Very fast to leg it. Oh, somewhat. Oh no. A lurker. Ash has already died. Unfortunate.
I feel bad for the normies that can't breathe fire.
Normies?
Let's take out Kelvin.
Okay. Normies. Okay. Normies. Stupid clankers. Let's...
Tell you what, I'll throw in a free keychain.
Freak. Oh dear. Oh dear. Someone did. Oh no. Just a bot. Bloody nose. Goth Lurker-chan has a bloody nose. You're gonna get yourself killed if you stick too close. Oh, nice. That helps.
Nice teamwork.
That was very helpful. That was very helpful. Let's see if I can pick up something good.
Have fun. Don't get dead.
Nothing subtle about what's about to happen.
Nothing subtle at all, I suppose. Ooh. Alright. Come on. What does Radiant Daggers do? Hold on, beam of life has after short duration being a foam causing an explosion. Okay. Let's... Oh.
Impressive as always, hey.
I bring forth the light.
Oh no, come on. I'm so bad at aiming. My aim is so bad.
I wish it didn't have to be this way.
Come on. Increase the level of my little nuke ability.
I wonder what I can buy now.
Excellent, Graves.
Mystic expansion.
Don't mind the blood on that. It's gently used.
Extra health.
Hope shines on us.
Okay, that somehow managed to hit.
His pain.
Somehow that managed to hit. We are doing a short game of Deadlock. You know what? I did something so stupid. I forgot to turn on admin mode for OBS. So Where Winds Meet does not function unless I run OBS on admin mode, and I do not bother to shut down the stream just to run it on admin mode. It's too late already.
It's time. They'll be back and I'll need to be ready.
Oh, where? Dead? Okay,
The dead are
dead.
stirring in Midtown.
Dead. Oh, that's not good. Nice. Come on. Oh. Okay. I'm dead. Okay. Okay, not good. Actually not that bad. Not bad. Okay.
You are perfection, Hayes.
I am worried. I am quite worried as well when he retires or dies. Or I hope he discovers the secret of immortality. I really hope he does. I hope he discovers the secret of immortality. Oh, that was horrible. It would be nice if he discovers the secret of immortality before every other billionaire that doesn't like us.
I see the enemy.
Let's see, what is a good one? Out of combat region.
Good luck not getting shot.
Time to join back. Oh, he's
These are the mysteries of my people.
nice. That was a good one. Dead. Oh. Okay.
You don't have what it takes to stop me.
Oh my god.
Stronger. The young necromancer
All
is
right.
earning her keep.
Anything good?
Our
No, I don't want to
yellow
parry.
guardian
I'm bad
has
at parrying,
been
so it's
defeated.
useless to me. Oh, I see you, Sneak.
I will bring hope.
Well, how did I was not expecting that.
You are full of
Throw in the wrist. The dead will surround me.
Okay. The Lich. He's like the Lich Frostball. The Weep. Come on. Good. Very good.
I can feel my power growing.
Together. Need help
Take a
or
holiday.
Alright. Ooh, some extra.
Our green guardian has been defeated.
Oh, that's not good. Let's go see whether I can buy anything good. What's this? Torment Pulse? Periodically use the closest two enemies nearby.
You have discerning taste.
no more hiding.
Oh my god, there's so many of them. Holy moly. I was not expecting that.
I'm not even warmed up yet.
I was not expecting that.
Strike.
Oh my goodness, there's a lot of them. They started ganking the midpoint. They started ganking the midpoint. This is not good.
They're a little toasty.
Oh no.
Guardian has been defeated.
Okay, there.
Headed to Broadway.
No, this is not ideal.
Our blue walker is under attack.
They are. I know they are. I know they are. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me I am hating there right now. I'm hating there right now. I'm hating there right now. You don't have to tell me.
I'm the greatest act on Cody. So,
Come on, come on. Come on. Where are you? Nice.
Thanks for the help.
what's life without a little danger?
Someone's there, I suppose.
Headed to Greenwich.
Shares his pain.
The Sandman comes for you all.
Oh, I can. They're going green. They're going green.
The spirit urn is waiting
I
to
might
be
want to get back to
claimed.
my friends.
Alright. Oh. It's just mobs. Just mobs, okay, it's fine.
The hidden king is trying to deliver the urn.
Oh,
Headed to Blue.
okay. She will have to get up here to deliver the urn. Have it delivered? Alright. You can
I am
try.
not divine.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Nice.
That's teamwork.
Our
Nice.
walker is under attack.
Okay, back to
Our
blue.
yellow walker has been defeated.
Okay. Stop annoying me. I'm trying. Please, let me try in peace. Oh my god.
Our blue walker
You
has
Why? Oh, why I lost?
You need to be brave.
Let's go.
No one among you can stop me.
I am so bad at aiming. You should have known that already, like, cause it's quite embarrassing to me sometimes how hard it is to aim something. Any character that relies on trick shotting, skill shotting, and good aiming, I'm gonna fail, basically. What else do I need?
You're
Superior
not gonna regret
cooldown?
that.
Oh, wait, they're attacking green, they're attacking green. Got to go back and defend green.
Going to shop.
Our green walker is
Okay.
under attack.
Guess we're gonna see what happens. I bring forth the light.
Nice.
Yes, Celeste.
Okay, good.
Inspire us to greatness. They only have one shrine left.
Oh,
Time.
come on, get over here. I want to play the ice guy actually one of these days. I'll see if he's any good.
It's amazing what someone is capable of, isn't it?
I might play the ice guy one of these days. Maybe if this round is a bit short, we can play the ice guy. I want to play the ice guy. Oh, mid. They're attacking mid. They are pushing mid. They're pushing forward. Oh, dear.
The Sandman comes for you.
I love how they die like Metal Gear Solid. Dramatic death. Okay. That was good. I got some. Ooh. Come on.
You guys might want to give up and save us all some time.
Graves opens the door for our victory.
Yes, she does. Transcendent cooldown.
Tell the boys at the sideshow I say hi.
Let's see. A Mystic Slow when they have their move speed reduced.
If you like that, I got some other stuff that fell off the truck.
Nice. Oh, something's happening. Oh, I can use my ult again. That's good.
The more of them, the better.
Oh. Oh my god.
I will bring hope. Let's go.
The spirit
Sheriff.
Oh my goodness.
Magic surrounds us.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
It's amazing what someone is capable of, isn't it?
Oh, I took the kill. That's interesting.
I know you'll help me.
Alright. Finally, we're in the base.
In here, I am king.
Okay, nice.
Heading to green.
They delivered the earth.
We can't give up hope.
Celeste.
As many as I can.
Okay. There's a good place to escape.
Exquisite work, Seven.
Oh wow, I survived that. How did I survive that? How did I even survive
I
that?
love watching this bounce between people.
Death to the Hidden King!
Someone's looking to make a statement.
Iceman has chronosphere. Kind of. It's an ice sphere that slows down rather than outright freezes people. Oh! There you are, you piece of... Where are you? Where are you?
Rem is doing what he can to keep us standing.
Position right. Let's shine a light.
Okay,
I bring forth the light.
Okay. Come on. That hit someone. At least. Come on. Alright.
Magic
Come on.
surrounds us.
Good. Come on.
Victor shares his pain.
Oh.
Tap into
That
the Arch
Iceman
Mother's
has a-
power.
Alright. Time to face. Oh no.
Contribute to the chaos.
Oh yeah.
Hope shines on us.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Nice.
This is who I was meant to be.
Nice. Oh my God. How am I still alive? No, that is not good. Let me slowly heal up. Maybe I don't have to escape. Don't have to pull back just yet. I might be able to stay alive for a while. Hopefully.
No more hiding.
Escaping death by my hand.
Alright. Okay. Alright. Nice.
I can only hide what I am for so long.
Nice. Nice. That was pretty good. Nice and quick match. We have time for one more, Lucas.
The Sandman comes for you all.
I'm so bad at aiming. I am extremely bad at aiming. Let's try another one. Oh, everyone came back from the top. Let's try one more. I want to play... Where's the Iceman? I want to try the Iceman. His weapon looks cool. No pun intended.
In life, I find that a positive outlook and the freeze ray makes all the difference in the world.
Let's swap.
Look at us. A couple of miscreants ready to take on the world.
Let's see. Builds. What's a good build? Ow, that hurts. Whoa. Let me see. What's his abilities? Frost grenade throws a grenade. Freezing ice his allies. Floating trail of ice that gives movement. Some lurkers can't get it. Is there anybody else who still wants to? Well, if you want to do a lurker versus lurker, Ash, if you're going to do a lurker versus lurker, it's going to be a long game. Are you ready for that? It's going to be a long game. Are you ready for that?
You have many questions that only the Hidden King can provide. Complete the ritual and find the truth you seek.
Okay. If that's what you want, we can do it. Alright. Let me just exit the party. How do I exit party? Hold on. How do I exit? Leave party. And create a new custom match and invite code. My close. Invite code. It is 32F3. 32F3W. Okay? Unpin this one. There's gonna be serious lurkers and I'm probably going to fail horribly. Oh my god, that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. I'm gonna go mid. Whoever who can't make it in will go hard bots. Ready up yet? Oh, still got one more. Okay. I want 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, Yor has Sushi. Sushi is a pretty good player. Sushi is a pretty good player. Don't look down on Sushi. Who am I going to choose? Who am I going to choose this time? Who do I want to choose?
You have excellent taste.
Sticking with Graves. Oh my god, this is gonna be a horribly long... Put Sushi on spectator. If you're ready to start the match, I'm ready to start the match. Any other lurkers want to join a 5v5? For a chance to for a chance to raise my cortisol levels, lurkers? Ready. Okay, no, not everyone is ready. Still got one last player hasn't been ready yet. Who is it? Okay. Let's start this. I never forgot the doorman. Oh no, you forgot the doorman. Oh, this is gonna be exciting. You are a cat. I know, Love Has. You are a cat.
You had the world at your fingertips, and it was stolen from you by an assassin's bullet. But it's not too late to change your future. Summon the Archmother.
Okay, let's see. Alright, this will do. Let's just... Benny should speak in Bentonese like that PewDiePie video when he speaks Swedish. 我都唔知。如果我 lucky 少少，好艱難講啲廣東話喎，對唔住啊。Okay. Come on. Oh, I see you.
Pull back.
I see you. What a coward.
Look who's running home to cry.
Diablo, who's running home to cry, but I did not have enough money. What do? I will need a mystic expansion. Maybe... Extra spirit.
Go out there and impose your will.
Extra spirit.
Well
Oh.
done, doorman.
That is a very hard character to play as if you're bad at aiming. That's a hard character to play as if you're bad at aiming, evidently. That will help if they get to...
Thanks for the collection.
Let's go blue.
Lead for me.
Nice.
Kill the stupid sheriff.
Oh, that was a stressful one. Very stressful one, that one. Let's see. Extra health will keep me alive for a little longer. Oh, there they're back. She's back. Nice. Oh no. Oh. They're lurking. They're lurking there. I see you all. Okay. Mina is a very good harasser. Okay, I overstayed my welcome. I probably should go and heal up and grab something. I I picked the clanker before, now I'm the magic man. Nothing worth buying? Alright, I'm on the way back, Oh dear, they're attacking the Guardian. Not good. Not good at all. Oh, okay, someone overextended, looks like.
Hello, Manhattan.
Okay. Oh, there, he's coming back. I can see him at the end there. Where are you? I see you.
I want your blood.
Okay. That was not the...
Now I'm gonna have to get this dry cleaned.
Nice. That was not smart.
Rise up and take what you deserve.
Good eye.
That was not smart. Not smart at all.
The sky will be filled with crimson. I'm done playing nice. Let's play a game. I'm going to take my time with them.
Oh.
My ascension begins now.
Nice! That was a good one. I don't know if they were bots or lurkers, but I'm sorry, lurkers. Okay. Mystic Burst. Mystic Shot. Next bullet deals bonus spirit damage.
Don't get dead.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's a lot of them.
Pull back!
I gotta pull back. Yep, I gotta pull back.
The doorman has begun his parade work.
Okay. That was overextended.
You're all bearing witness to perfection.
That was also overextended.
You're not gonna witness that.
Look at land!
Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Where are you? Okay. Got him. Oh, oh. Okay.
I'll make it quick.
Our blue guardian has been defeated.
Come on.
We have dogs amongst them, a perpetual thorn in their side.
Oh my goodness.
Think the Vampire Nation is taking note now.
Walker is under attack.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they're bots. No wonder they are such a pushover suddenly. Why am I cute? Okay. Oh, I see you. Oh, I see.
Can you just die, please?
Can you just die, please?
Right?
claws are kind of
New
stupid.
York will belong to me.
These claws are a little bit stupid.
Your team is grateful for the work you've been doing.
Green.
Gotta get out of here.
Headed to green.
Okay, I got to heal up. Ooh, that was horrible.
In time, I will butcher you all.
Oh, I got a pretty good heal.
My power is only getting stronger. Give up and save us all some time.
Nice. Oh shoot.
Headed to blue.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Nice.
Headed to blue.
Need to escape.
Oh. I don't have to leave. Don't have to leave just yet. Not enough. I think I should just go back and heal up. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, let me just rest a bit. Let me just rest a bit. Let me just rest a bit.
Our yellow destroyed.
Oh. Okay, back into it.
Our green walker is under.
Oh.
Need help.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Our blue walker is under attack.
Okay. Green is safe for now. I should go to blue while I still can. I should go to blue while I still can. We have to progress.
Have fun, my darlings.
What a coward.
Just come out and die and save us all some time.
Oh. The vase has spawned. Where has
Wait
spawned?
for the grand.
Headed to York.
The Baroness opens its arms for you.
Our yellow walker is under attack. We must deliver the urn safely.
We must deliver the urn safely, yes, but I'm not in a position to assist for now. Not in a position to assist for now.
A little bit of the divine right here in your hot little hand.
Help me deliver this thing.
I'm on the way. I am on the way for real, for real. I'm trying to get here. I'm trying to get here. I'm trying to get here. Please. There we go. Is someone?
Our yellow walker is under attack. Our green walker is under attack. Lifting.
Nice. You didn't?
Our blue walker is under attack. Our blue walker has been defeated.
Oh my goodness. Oh, come on.
The enemy could be anywhere.
Not helpful at all, nurses. my god!
If you think this
Where
is
was
impressive, wait
everyone?
until I get going.
Where was everyone? Where was everyone? Where was everyone?
I love hunting in the city. Surprisingly competent.
Headed to yellow. Defend Greenwich.
I have
Need
to
help on
defend.
blue.
Oh, someone's down here. I see.
Our green walker is under attack. Our green walker has been destroyed.
Not helpful at all.
Face me and die!
Oh my god! What? You keep doing this? Where is everyone? Oh my. I need to find.
Our yellow walker has been destroyed.
Not helpful, not helpful at all. Not helpful at all.
To Kara Sinclair.
Going to shop.
This is so annoying. They're attack. They're gonna go
Headed
after
to green.
They're gonna go after green like this. They're gonna enter. They're gonna invade green any second now.
Die, please. No, you can.
I'll take you to your room.
Okay.
Pull back. Nice job. The right item can tip the scales.
Okay. I have to just keep feeding. That's the only option I have. Keep feeding.
Isn't it?
And build bonus fire rate. Imbue abilities. Let's see. What's a good one? Imbue. Bonus fire bullets on juice. Okay.
No, I don't go selling these to just anyone.
I'm gonna go back to here.
Need help on yellow.
Yep. Oh dear, this is so stupid.
The Hidden King is trying to deliver the urn.
This is not
You
good.
fought off the court of the Hidden King, but they will return.
Nice work.
Checking in.
Let's take out 7.
New York will be mine.
Oh my god. Can you stop it, please? Can you stop it, please? I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Cannot even. Just kill that. Why do I even play this game anymore?
They delivered the urn. You fought off the court of the Hidden King.
Why do I even bother? Why do I even bother? Why do I even bother? No one pulls their. I can't pull my weight. Everyone else can't pull their weight. This whole. Why do I even bother?
Let me show you upstairs.
You need to make a stand and stop them.
Satisfying. I go where I wish.
Lifting. You think you're winning?
Welcome to the Baroness.
Oh my god. I'm so tired of.
In the beginning.
You need to make a stand and stop them. The Hidden King calls us.
So useless. I'm not. What even is the point anymore? What even is the point anymore? What even is the point anymore? Oh yeah, you got bombarded with stuns at the end. Very unfortunate, Sushi. At least you didn't die. Every time I get bombarded with stuns, every single lurker goes after me first. Every single lurker. They see little Mina walking around, prancing around, minding her own business, and all the lurkers beeline straight towards her just to bully her. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe you all. Bullying a young lady like that. I cannot believe it. So ungentlemanly. So unrefined. So uncivilized. The moment you see Amina just prancing around minding her own business, suddenly everyone's like, okay. Oh, you're not. Let's play a game. 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 I don't mind. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's fine. You can join anything. You can join anything. I just needed to see the bit and I'm back. I'm back to normal.
You think I would miss out on the maelstrom? I can't wait to get out there.
Oh, okay. That's okay, that's okay. Just leave it as it is. Just leave it as it is, I'm fine. Move. I want to pick. Where's my necromancer girl?
The dead have been making a whole lot of demands lately.
Your roster overlaps too heavily with other players in your party. Try adding more heroes or changing heroes in your roster. What? Let's see. So who should I choose instead? Oh.
Ready to do some field testing.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see. If you like Graves, you can use her. I just didn't notice that you were using Graves. Just go ahead, Daisho. Just go ahead, use Graves. I will just play with Engineer.
Ethics are for scientists that can't think big enough.
Okay? You can continue to play Graves. I'm going to use Engineer. I actually kind of want to see how bad or well Engineer plays, honestly. Let's... Yes. Start the match. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Of course I have to end the stream with a little bit of a high cortisol gaming moment, Lurkus. But I'm kind of curious how to play Engineer with a proper team of real players. I'm very curious. Oh, let's just see how this works. I probably am going to... I'm probably gonna be miserable. Probably everyone's gonna... Let's see. Let's not count my eggs before they hatch.
You've given much of your life to Fairfax Industries. Today you
It might work. I might work well. Who knows? I might work well. I might be able to turn things around this match. Who knows? Positive thinking. Positive thinking. Very positive thinking. Extremely positive thinking. Oh, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you.
Gotta build me some backup.
Oh no, Zero's dead. god, my aiming is so horrible. Lucas, can you see how bad my aim is?
Up as I can.
Can you see how horrible my aim is, Lucas? Did you see that? Okay. Looks like I also have to heal up.
Setting up a turret.
I can only rely on harassing the enemy for now. That's the only option. I cannot overextend. This is not a type of character that can overextend.
Gotta keep everyone up and fighting. Time for a little help.
Guys, you better get back before you die.
We're not dying today. That's how you do it. Building a barrier. Defenses are up.
Okay. Miss Azoku, White Wolf, welcome. You can just call me Banmin. Banmin is easier for you and for me. Okay, I need to buy something. Give me a moment. I need...
A little bit of the divine right here in
Okay.
your hot little hands.
Oh no. Of course Sushi Rai is feeding.
Firepower. Walls out.
Okay.
Turrets online.
They've taken our Green Guardian.
Alright.
Alright, buddy, give him hell.
Come on! What's everyone attacked me for? That's okay. Okay, at least I got a...
Bought that off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken.
No, don't say that, White Wolf. Please? No. No such thing. Oh my god! They're all attacking.
We have you now.
I'm so bad at aiming. See, everyone is so useless. Everyone is...
Putting down a turret. I'm going hot. Way to go.
I thought I had this
Okay. Okay. Gosh, curiosity to try. Banana milk. I don't really understand the appeal of banana milk. I prefer plain milk or chocolate milk.
Think I'll let these things do the shooting for me.
I need to buy things. I'm running low on. Oh my goodness. Okay, time to go back in. It's probably spirit life still.
My friend, survival is paramount.
I'm gonna have to go. Oh, everyone keeps dying. Why does everyone keep dying in the middle? Everyone keeps dying at mid. Why? Why does everyone keep dying at mid?
Sending out a wall.
A green walker is under attack.
Defenses are up. Who needs to be patched up?
Oh dear.
Turret's online.
We gotta keep pushing.
Animating defenses.
Okay.
Time for a little help. Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
I can only harass them for now. It will not be. I would love. Oh no, they're on the way again.
Gotta build me some backup.
Oh no, someone's dead.
I love my job.
The dead will have their due.
Come on.
無力な子羊が
Wait.
Going hot.
Come on, please. Okay.
Got him.
Leave me alone.
All right. Starting to balance out a little bit. I would hope I can afford better things, but I don't think I have much of a choice. Hold on. Need guns.
Stay strong, buddy.
I'm gonna need. I probably will need some.
Surrender, and I'll give you a quick death.
Oh, I see you.
Setting up a turret. Who needs to pick me up?
All right. Oh. That's the only option I can pick right now. Well, This sucks. This really sucks. This really sucks.
Walker is under attack.
Because I can't. It's a Viva.
Walker is under attack.
Okay. For now. This is not ideal, but I cannot. Let's try. Okay.
Need more firepower.
This protect the earth.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh wait. Let's create some with heal up.
Greenwich is under attack.
We got to. Okay. Okay. Not the most ideal, but I'll take it.
Has been invaluable, McGinnis.
I can expect this is gonna be a long game, okay? I expect this is gonna be a long game.
We have you now.
My resolve is unmatched.
Why does everyone keep attacking me?
Needs to be brought low.
Oh no. Heroic Aura, Warpstone Resilience, Greater Expansion.
Greenwich is under attack.
The fight you're about to start.
York is under attack.
No one. This is getting very unfortunate, Lucas.
Alright, buddy, give me hell.
They destroyed the war on Greenwich.
Cutting them off.
Graves is facilitating our victory.
We have to go. I have to go. This is not ideal.
Gotta build me some backup.
I gotta keep.
Need some healing?
York is under attack. Stand and face me.
We have you now.
Okay, good.
Pleasure working with you.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Broadway is under attack.
Where do you think you're going?
Okay, back up. Okay.
Take cover. Time for a little help.
Okay.
We got each other's backs.
Well,
Thank you for your assistance.
hello Maxi, welcome
guys.
to the stream. I am doing a very long game with Lurkers actually. Very long game. Lurkers one. Fully PvP by the way, Maxi, fully PvP. And oh boy, I don't know if I'm regretting this or not. Let's see, what's anti-spirit? Spirit resist. I need to rapid recharge.
You're not gonna regret that.
PvE is a total failure in AVR. Is it? Interesting. Chaser seems to think it's quite intense. So I don't know what should do.
New York belongs.
I'll give him hell. Took down 7.
Can you not?
Barriers up. Deploying heal. Putting down a turret. No sneakers up.
Can you stop attacking me, please? Can you stop attacking me, please?
The spirit enemy. Our yellow walker is under attack.
Can someone please kill Sushi? Please kill Sushi? Yes, good. At least I forced Sushi to overextend and get killed.
Them from
I'm happy
delivering
now.
the urn.
Oh, everyone, you can't kill players.
I've trained my whole life for this.
Defenses are up.
Heal up. Okay.
As up as I can. Turrets online. Time for a They never had a chance.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Way to go.
The blue walker is under attack.
Putting down a turret.
Let's see. Let me have a look and see if I can. We have to play the game carefully, very carefully.
Turrets up. Eating that fire.
You're about to have a real bad day.
Let's take a look at those holes.
Nice. Okay.
Geist, an Oathkeeper fight has won. Our yellow walker is under attack.
Okay.
Destroyed our yellow walker.
Oh my god.
Headed to York.
Where are we going?
Sentries up.
I can't let the turret come
Can Why does everyone attack me all the time? So I got leech. leftover lifesteal, spirit lifesteal. Oh my goodness, the guy wants to... What is that supposed to mean? White wool, what is that supposed to mean? Okay, time to go back. Got to defend the walker from enemies.
Gotta get as many of these up as I can. Time for a little help.
Oh. They have decided to Okay, I'm about to rip someone out. Oh, I'm sure you are.
Turrets up. Defenses are up. Putting down a turret.
The Blue Walker is under attack.
Okay. All right. Okay. This is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
They asked for this.
Okay.
No one will stop me. Network.
Setting up a turret.
Good.
I love it when things work out. I'm good at group projects.
You're good at group projects. I'm sure you are. That's
Time for some
fine.
heavy ordnance.
The urn is ready again. I see. See you later, White Wolf. See you on a different day. The urn is ready by the looks of it.
Looks like it's all up to me.
Oh. Why is it? Always attacking me. Always attacking me. Always attacking me. Always attacking me. I'm so upset.
If you're looking for mercy, my friends, I'm afraid it's in short supply.
Always attacking me. Always. Now let's...
Alright, buddy, give him hell.
Don't let them deliver the urn.
You don't want to mess with me, Viscous.
Broadway is under attack.
Okay.
They claimed the urn.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
Gotta get as many of these up as I can. Defenses are up.
Oh god, not again.
Spectral barrage.
I'm going in!
Gotta build me some backs. Won't be seeing them for a while. This thing can solve so many problems.
The Rejuvenator is descending.
Rejuvenator? I don't even know what that is.
They have the Rejuvenator.
Of course they do. Of course they do. This is such a long game. I'm already...
You earned the king's favor. Don't let Mo and Krill grab you.
Okay, let's see what I can do. What can I buy? Duration extender. Imbue an item with increased duration. Torment pulse period.
Go out there and impose your will.
I probably won't need this. Okay.
I want you.
Putting down a turret. Alright.
Okay.
Setting up a turret. He took down 7. Need more firepower.
Need to keep attacking. Come on.
We have you now.
Oh. Whew.
Turret's up. We're not down yet. Time for a little help. Wall incoming!
I can't believe we were nervous about fighting these people.
Come on. Come on. Please. Oh my goodness.
What's up?
Headed to Broadway.
Gotta build me some backup. Setting up a turret.
Jeez.
Gotta be around here somewhere. Putting down a turret. Let's see him dodge this.
Face me and die.
Okay.
Defend the stronghold.
Yeah, but I'm failing very bad at it. Lucas, very, very bad. Zera, I'm failing very, very bad at it. Because I hardly play this game, so I'm bad at it. I only play when Lucas are around to play. Damn it, why'd you do this to me?
Alright, buddy, give him hell. Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
Okay, good.
That's how you do it.
I can I'm only really good at I hadn't played Valve for it's fun. It is fun, but it's stressful as hell. It's stressful as hell. Let's see, what do I want? Let's see. Anti-spirit sap. Target enemy reduces spirit resist and spirit power. Mystic vulnerability.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. They only have one shrine left.
Vows Overwatch, you mean Team Fortress 2? Yep. It is Blizzard's Team Fortress 2, Lurkus. It's Blizzard's Team Fortress 2.
Where is everybody? Fences are up.
Okay.
Time for a little help.
Let's just see how well.
We delivered the urn.
Oh, good. Finally, some things are going our way. Not very well, but at least.
Defend the stronghold.
Okay, they have already intercepted the front. It is extremely dangerous where I am. I need to not put myself in a bad location. Okay. Okay, or they are ready.
They will return. And
of course they will.
Ready.
Of course they will return. Of course, because why not?
Need more firepower. Gotta build in some backup. Alright, buddy, give him hell.
Okay, let's scare him away for now.
Fences are up. Releasing spirits.
Okay.
That's how you do it.
Defend the stronghold. Face me and die.
Gotta get as many of these up as I can. I got us covered. Putting down a turret.
Okay. This will have to do.
Putting down a turret.
Okay.
Defend the stronghold. They will return.
They will return.
Must be ready.
Oh, they will return. Indeed, they will. I'm pretty sure they will return, but for now, turret min indeed. It is turret min. Well, let me see if I can buy something. Let's see if I can buy something that will make things a little more inconvenient for the enemy team. Escalating exposure. I
Spend
need
that Fairfax
that
Industries
one.
paycheck here anytime you want.
Escalating exposure. That's good. I can work with this. I can work with this. Oh.
It's a pleasure watching you work, son. Face me and die.
Gotta get
The
his
rejuvenator is descending.
Okay.
They have the rejuvenator.
I don't even know what the rejuvenator does, actually. Oh.
Turrets up.
Okay. We will take it slow. And I have to take the back lines. I'm not a carry. Oh, they're attacking left. Oh no, they're attacking left. They're attacking green lane. Okay.
The ritual must continue.
Well, it's funny. It's funny. Because they only have a couple of options. They can do the objective or they can defend the base. So which is it? What's it called?
Setting up a turret.
Which will it be? Buy. Nope. I will. What else can I buy? What else can I buy? Teleport straight ahead. I probably will need that, don't I? This will be a good escape ability. This will be a good escape ability. Now let's see. Alright. My wishmill is doing nothing. Oh, shame. Oh. Okay. Was not expecting it to end already. Ah well, it's quite a long game. It was a long game. It was a very long game. Oh, exhausting as hell.
The ritual is complete.
Thank you guys for carrying. Oh my goodness, that was stressful as hell. That was so stressful. That was so stressful. So stressful. I think the cortisol levels would have been so much lower if I ran OBS in administrator mode and could play Somewhere Windsmeet. I'll do that another day, Lucas. I'll do that another day. Zero, where were you tanking when we need you? Polar has polar bear. Okay. Okay, that ends today's kind of mid to low cortisol stream. Where are you? Oh no, Ash is so upset. Ash is so upset. We Q0. And it was pushing. I was busy destroying those things. Well, Zero did a good job. He basically did what a lot of funny people... Zero did the funny. Zero did the funny. Did the funny as in, while the enemy team were focusing on us, Zero just broke in to the enemy team's base and dragged all of the friendly mobs to attack the base until they realized, oh no, they're in our base, they're attacking our base. Then they all pulled back and we all can push, which was pretty good, which was a pretty good tactic. The boss were not doing nothing. My pings does nothing. The boss seems the Bebop loves to side push. I did ultimate on everyone. I'm just a... Okay. While y'all chat about the outcome of that match, I am going to see who we can raid tonight. Or today. Okay, but we'll see who we can raid today. Who is raidable? Hana is streaming. Sane is streaming. Legal Mindset is streaming. Kersha is streaming. Holy crap, lots of people are streaming today. A lot of people are streaming today. Wow. Lots of people are streaming today. A lot. There are so many people on. I suppose you all want to raid. Did Kersha remember? Let me see. Did Kersha remember to turn on raiding for YouTube? Let me have a look. Did Kersha? Oh, she finished. Oh, Kersha is done. Oh, who else can I raid then? Let's see. Who else can I raid in the meantime? Let me have a look. Hana, Orko. Okay, not a lot of people to raid right now. You know what? Let's take you to... We have two options. Orko or Hana. You know what? You like us want to end... Let's end Thursday on a calm stream. Yeah, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Now you understand, Sushi. Now you understand. You know what? Let's end the stream low cortisol. Let's go to Miss Chinchilla. Let's go to Miss Chinchilla. Hold on, let me prepare the stream. Let me prepare it for a brief moment. Let me prepare it for a moment. She is playing. No, she's having a chat. She was playing Blueprint, but now she's having a chat. Okay. So we will go to Miss Chinchilla Hana. Hana the Chinchilla. Okay? Alright, lurkers. Thank you for joining me in this stream and thank you for giving me stress with that PvP experience. With that PvP experience, but I'm glad I had some good time with you all. Oh yeah, before I let you all go, just a reminder, lurkers, there will be no weekend stream the week. Again, I want to remind you all that weekend streams are back to back. Okay? Weekend streams are back to back for this month, so there will be no weekend stream this week. It will be back to back week 3 and week 4. And also, lurkers, just a reminder for you all, like I told you all in advance, June is a very busy week for me, so I will also not be streaming on Monday. So right now, after today's stream, we have a long weekend, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I will be back with you all back on Twitch on Tuesday, okay, lurkers? I'll see you all back on Twitch on Tuesday. Just again a reminder, I will see you all back on Tuesday. Just make sure, yes, that's the correct dates. Back on Tuesday, lurkers, back on Tuesday. So without further ado, I'm going to say goodbye to y'all and I'll see you all next week on Tuesday, okay, lurkers? Shh. shirtless, unrelated, but I do recall a rant from one of the votes of wanting stuff to watch on stream without copyright troubles. At one point, I made a longer piece yapping about Crossbone that could be one. Oh. Basically, any video that does not have music is usually fine for streaming. Does not have a lot of music, that's usually fine because music tends to make YouTube very, very upset. Anyway, lurkers, I'll see you all on Tuesday. Remember, on Tuesday, this Monday and Saturday, there'll be no weekend stream again. No weekend stream. The weekend streams will be back to back on week 3 and week 4, which means after this week, I'll be having the weekend streams. And Monday, I'm also busy. Monday, I have real world stuff to do back in the back rooms because there are certain invaders in the back rooms and I have to deal with them personally. And I've been procrastinating on that for quite some time. So I'll see you all on Tuesday, lurkers. Take care anyway. I'll see you next Tuesday. Okay? Bye-bye.